Oil and gas corporations spent years spreading misinformation on renewables, holding back renewable policies that could have gotten us a lot further off of oil and gas reliance had they not have acted. So they are 100% getting profits from this crisis that they would not have had if they had not have done that. So they're not simply market actors innocently responding to supply and demand. Welcome to a special Earth Day edition of the Environment in Canada podcast. I'm Connor Curtis, Director of Communications at Sierra Club Canada, but for the most part in this podcast, you're not going to be hearing from me. I do, however, before we get into what is going to be a compilation episode of, I think, some episodes from the Environment in Canada podcast you might have already have heard, but quite possibly didn't, because some of them are quite older, that bring special perspective to Earth Day and that bring something unique to it. And they're most importantly hosted by people other than me. So you get a break from listening to my voice on this podcast, which, let's be frank, you probably hear quite a bit. Anyway, before we get into those, I do just want to provide a quick update on how you can find out some more about some resources connected to Earth Day themes in our newsletter, which is going to be linked in the description. So in the newsletter, we have a photo of Pas une coupe de plus, No More Cuts rally in Montreal. This was this past Saturday, which saw hundreds of people protest against federal and provincial cuts to the environment and public services, as well as the federal government's clear support of destructive oil, gas, and LNG expansion. Our Sierra Club Canada Quebec chapter director Shirley Barnier helped organize and lead the march, leading chants for a megaphone and guiding the crowd. There is also an intro to the newsletter by Lynn Jones and Ol Hendrickson. In honor of Earth Day this year, they're sharing a positive, hopeful message about our climate, and here it is in a nutshell. A stable climate on planet Earth is largely maintained by living beings. Healthy soils, mature forests, diverse plants, animals, fungi, and microbes all work together to cycle water and heat around the planet in ways that support life. If we nurture these life forms, they can and will repair Earth's climate for us. And you can check out Lynn and All's full message in the newsletter, talking about how plants and trees are natural air conditioners, how mature forests and plants bring rain and maintain water cycles, how healthy soils hold water in the landscape longer, how fungi and fungal networks act like a hidden sponge and plumbing system beneath the soil surface, bacteria, how they are sent skyward from forests and from the ocean, serving as cloud condensation nuclei. And you can learn more about animals such as groundhogs and beavers and how they increase water in landscape from All and Lynn as well. Now, today is Earth Day, and we are doing a ton of work, as you'll see in our newsletter, on biodiversity, the climate, rights for nature, getting people outdoors into nature, including getting kids outdoors into nature for our Wild Child programs. And we are going to ask for your support with this work. You can make a gift today at the donation link in the description, but you can also go to the newsletter and you'll find there a link to a podcast about the behind the scenes work that goes into fundraising, as well as another podcast where you can hear from students at Burr Oak Secondary School about why they ran a fundraiser for us. And you can also, in that newsletter, find links to meet our team and the people whose work you'd be supporting. So if you can give this Earth Day, and I recognize things are really tough right now for all of us in terms of being able to give, but if you can give, we'd really appreciate your support. And some of our resources that we increasingly try to promote are precisely around how can we take action for the environment while also lowering the cost of living, while also finding real systemic solutions to the crises that we are facing that will help people, not just in terms of having a safe and healthy environment, but in terms of being able to afford basic necessities and in terms of being able to localize things in communities like food security, which actually there's a whole podcast linked also in the newsletter that I'll link to in the description that is just about collective gardens and how to localize food supplies. I think it's also worth pointing out on that note, there's been a lot of talk about the potential for price caps on gas in Canada and what that would mean in terms of the oil and gas industry, in terms of supply. Then there's a lot of misframing of that. And the reality is price caps are very viable. There's also been a lot of misframing around the notion of the oil and gas industry and whether or not they're profiteering. And the simple answer to that is they are 100% profiteering and we're responsible in large part for a lot of the crisis that we're now facing with these price shocks by holding back renewable energy development. Oil and gas corporations spent years spreading misinformation on renewables, holding back renewable policies that could have gotten us a lot further off of oil and gas reliance had they not have acted. So they are 100% getting profits from this crisis that they would not have had if they had not have done that. So they're not simply market actors innocently responding to supply and demand. That is frankly just complete garbage, given their history of lobbying, of aggressive PR campaigns, of spreading direct misinformation and lies that continues to this day. And quite frankly, by inspiring the US president, in many ways, to cause this crisis in the first place. A lot of his expansionism is based around oil and gas mythology, purposely spread by the oil and gas industry. Now, they didn't spread that with the idea that we would see global conflict per se, but they knew it would cause chaos, and they hoped that chaos would cause a delay in renewable energy adoption, which, ironically, it hasn't. It's sort of backfired on them. They're actually causing, in many ways, the faster renewable energy adoption that they probably sought to avoid. But all of that is to say, I'm going to put a separate link to a different newsletter that we just did that specifically gets into price caps on gas and other affordability measures and why these are in fact very viable and why cutting a gas tax really doesn't do much in terms of benefiting people, but does benefit oil and gas corporations and does reduce the amount of revenue that we have available to address things like renewable energy adoption, electrification, and real solutions. So anyway, go check out that if you're interested in our advocacy specifically on how to make life more affordable for Canadians and at the same time help our climate. Go check out that other newsletter that I will also link in the description. As economist Jim Stanford wrote in the Toronto Star, price caps to address gas prices are indeed viable. Most of Canada's petroleum needs are met from domestic production. Producing, refining, and distributing Canadian petroleum products is no more expensive than 6 weeks ago, to quote Stanford, i.e., there is still plenty of incentive under a cap. Suitable measures include, according to Stanford, price caps on domestically produced petroleum products, an excess profits tax on abnormal industry profits, and expanded GST rebates for weary consumers. Australia, Spain, and Ireland, Stanford notes, and many more have used price caps, excess profit taxes, and consumer rebates to moderate the impact of global oil shocks in 2022 as well as today. So, without further ado, and without talking any more than you've already heard from me, please check out this collection of episodes of the Environment in Canada podcast that you might have missed from people, including people from our youth chapter, who have done a ton of work on these topics and just really vital perspective on Earth Day. Thank you. Veuillez noter que 2 des épisodes suivants sont en français. Vous trouverez la liste complète de notre podcast en français en cliquant sur le lien vers la newsletter dans la description.
And if you think about how colonialism has impacted Ecuador's economic stability because of the extraction of petroleum, Canadian and U.S. Mining companies, you can understand to the root how obviously people are gonna migrate when they're feeling unsafe, when they're feeling not economically stable, because those funds that are from their land, from our land, being taken away by U.S. and Canadian mining companies, and they're displacing Indigenous people, Indigenous lands, and all of that creates more chaos within the country, and of course, crime, other things are gonna follow. But when we don't think about the root of the cause, which is colonialism, which is that environmental destruction, you just see crime and you're like, oh yeah, that's why people migrate. Like, why can't they go back to their countries and make it great? It's like, no, this country, my country for generations, and created such an unstable reality economically and socially that people had to migrate. Within the violence that we're seeing every day, you have to look for places of hope. Look for the big wins in other places if you don't have them right now in your local space. Like, look for those wins, and then remind yourself that you're gonna get a win too, and that other people in this movement and this resistance have gotten wins before too. So we will. Within all your comfort levels, just take the first step. You slowly build up.
Welcome to another episode of the Environment in Canada podcast, a podcast about the environment in Canada and sometimes elsewhere by Sierra Club Canada. I'm Conor Curtis, Head of Communications with Sierra Club Canada, and I'm actually not going to be your host today. Your host today is Cassie Droge, who did this really great interview about individual action versus community action to address issues like climate change and extractivism, as well as migration and finding hope in movement. Before I hand things over to Cassie, just a reminder that you can take action on environmental issues by visiting sierraclub.ca. We have tons of petitions, other actions and events, and regular news updates you can sign up for on the homepage. You can also find Sierra Club Canada on social media, and you can listen to the Environment in Canada podcast on the Harbinger Media Network, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, and YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts. This podcast also airs on CKUT Broadcast Radio in Montreal, 90.3 FM bi-weekly on Tuesdays at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Don't forget to click follow or subscribe to get the latest episodes from us.
Hi, everyone. My name is Cassie Droge, and I am the Bay du Nord organizer for Sierra Club Canada. And today I have with me Dome Lombeda. And Dome is a migrant from Ecuador who has been doing work in community with different groups in St. John's for years. Welcome, Dome, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having me, Cassie.
As we chat on this rainy but warm day, I must ask you, what made you first decide to go from caring to doing?
That is a convoluted question. I think since I was really little, I was really passionate about the environment. I was in high school called the trash girl. I don't identify as a girl anymore, so that's fine. Because I collected trash from recyclables, and I exhausted myself getting people to give me their water, their like plastic water bottles after they finished them, and I would usually take them back home and get my parents to like recycle them, and it was like kind of like my whole life was about that and about recycling. And I think moving and migrating to Canada and familiarizing myself with being in a different country, and I also did my studies in geography. One of the horrible big things that geography teaches you is how much individualism is not necessarily doing anything, right? Within environmentalism, it's a really easy trap to get to thinking that your actions and you by yourself is so like impactful. And I had such a high moral standard of how I was living, and in a way that I was a vegan, and I was really strict about the amount of trash that I would consume, and you know, I still till this day refuse to learn how to drive because I got caught into the idea that I was never gonna be a driver and use and support the oil and gas industry. But then through teachings and learnings and education, I learned how little I was doing actually by myself and just by my own actions and my own consumption and my own things. And we read this book called, actually don't remember what the book was called, but it was about recycling and about how like the reality of recycling and like how much energy and consumption it requires, but they don't actually recycle anything, right? And like the best recycled thing is glass. And it's useless to recycle it because it's not that bad for the environment to have glass out there. It acts itself as rocks and it erodes itself like eventually. So that's a very long way of saying that I kind of like having the big realization of how little my impact as a human being was doing made me really want to start acting, and instead of just caring about the environment, I also wanted to start like acting and doing and being involved in community and trying to not just be by myself doing my what I called my moral standards for myself. Like I also think that we should be charging corporations for their environmental disasters. We should be thinking about what other examples I have. I know I have big examples. But
yeah,
like
they're great examples though.
Oil and gas projects that are like gonna continue, like not just from the past but in the future continue to like have environmental impacts and human impacts to people living in the land. So yeah. What's
It
happening?
seems like you really have transformed your way of approaching environmental and community concerns. It seems like you brought it out from the individual, from those days where, you know, you were called the quote unquote trash girl, although, you know, shout out to those names, and, you know, they can be powerful in themselves, although you don't identify as a girl anymore. I think that the story still resonates with a lot of folks who might be trying to start something in their schools. And your journey into creating, you know, a broader approach to how you want to deal with environmental and community concerns, I think resonates with myself and probably some other listeners who are just joining on the call or have been listening to your story now. But I think that one of the biggest problems is actually trying to find out what works best. And I think you bring a really interesting point into the conversation about initiatives around recycling and initiatives around conservation. What are the most impactful initiatives at hand? What can we do to actually see them work in the community, and how can we track and measure to make sure that, you know, these things are actually making the differences that we want to see? You're also pointing to a very interesting, like, think globally, but like act locally perspective, which I think is more important now than ever in the energy and environmental movements that we've seen, like in Canada and even internationally. So I had to ask, because you've been mentioning so many important causes and initiatives that you've been a part of from a very young age up until now. With all of these important causes out there, what makes this one special to you? And I guess this one, as in oil and gas, environmental sustainability, industry accountability. I'll just let you run with that.
Industry accountability. Oh God. So I think there's something here about how our sole purpose as human beings ends up being wrapped up with capitalist ideas, that I think this cause to me is really important and impactful, because we are not just fighting for the environment. We're not just fighting for corporations to actually be accountable to the damage that they're doing for profit. We're not just fighting for protection of land. We're also fighting against capitalism, against colonialism, against what has historically been portrayed as economic growth that ends up harming, displacing, and creating destruction in our world. And I think, I don't know, I guess it's difficult to talk about environmentalism without thinking about indigenous rights and indigenous land protection, and without thinking about colonialism and like its broader impact within our humanity and our collective consciousness. And like we were meant to be people working 9 to 5s, doing this, you know. This is the cause of actually, I guess I'm thinking of cause as colonialism, or as actively fighting colonialism, because I think that's what we're doing when we're thinking about environmentalism, and I think that's what we should be doing. I don't know if other environmentalism thinks that way or talks that way, but I think what the cause is doing is fighting against colonialism, because that is what has been causing the displacement of land, what has been the resource extraction of land. And I can't even begin to talk about how this, like, something that I hold very dear and it's really hard to me is the resource extraction that's happened to my country. I'm from Ecuador, for years, for generations, due to colonialism. It's post-colonial. We call it post-colonialism, right? But it's, if you think about, so a cause that I'm very passionate about because I'm a migrant is immigrant rights. And if you think about how colonialism has impacted Ecuador's economic stability because of the extraction of petroleum, Canadian and US mining companies, you can understand to the root how obviously people are gonna migrate when they're feeling unsafe, when they're feeling not economically stable, because those funds that are from their land, from our land, being taken away by US and Canadian mining companies, and they're displacing indigenous people, indigenous lands, and all of that creates more chaos within the country. And of course, crime, other things are gonna follow. But when we don't think about the root of the cause, which is colonialism, which is that environmental destruction, you just see crime and you're like, oh yeah, that's why people migrate. Like, why can't they go back to their countries and make it great? It's like, no, this country my country for generations and created such an unstable reality economically and socially that people had to migrate. Anyways, that was a very convoluted way of saying why this cause is really important to me. But I think to me, it's finding that root and understanding that root also helps you understand so many other problems outside of environmental destruction and extinctions and other things. It's just natural resources that are extracted with no permission and no say on how people who have lived in that land, have owned that land, have lived in that land for generations are gonna feel about those resource extraction, about that resource extraction. So yeah, okay,
that's a very powerful story, Dome, and I think you touched on a lot of really relevant points that we can learn from here, especially in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. And I want to just take a moment to pinpoint that time in your country in Ecuador. And I know that we come from a very different generation, like millennial, Gen Z. And you said that this thing, in terms of resource extraction and industry kind of bulldozing over communities' wants and needs, this has been happening for generations. And so I guess just out of curiosity, if you were there at the beginning of all this, what would you do differently, or what would you want these industries to do differently, just in hindsight of, let's say 30 years going forward?
If I was there at the beginning?
Yeah. And you know what you know now. So 30 years later, let's say this started happening in 1995. What would you have said?
Resist. Resist the urge of coming and colonizing my country. I think a lot of colonialism is presented as it's gonna be so great, so good for your community, so impactful, but it hasn't, and it never has. And I'm actually sure that my people resisted this. I have it in my soul that people resisted this. But it's really hard because with resistance comes sometimes violence, because also we have to be violent back because if they're coming in and having environmental destruction. I think resisting. I think resistance is the biggest thing that you can do, and resistance is difficult if you do it alone. And I know that the indigenous communities in my country united to resist this. And there's 13 indigenous communities in Ecuador, in so-called Ecuador, because it was also colonized. And I can't talk about my land without talking about the fact that it like I am a generation of settlers, and it was in Latin America we use the term mestizo, where we know that there is an indigenous ancestry in us, but we are not sure where it comes from. But it also comes with convoluted other ways of seeing race and colorism within our country that don't actually let people talk about racism and see racism for what it is. But that's a separate topic. But I think community building is so important. And I know that, for example, there was recently in 2021, there was a big resistance movement in Ecuador where the oil prices ended up, I'm not sure how to explain the story very well, but there was a resistance from our indigenous community in Ecuador, and there was a huge walk of people over 3 days, of indigenous communities walking over 3 days, and to fight against this oil increase that was going to affect their communities even more. So I see it. I see that there's resistance right now, so I know that there was resistance back then. And it also hurts because I mean, I am who I am because of colonialism. Because somebody anyways, sorry. I'm getting
No,
distracted with the original question.
I think you're pointing to a really interesting point about how colonialism changes both humans and nature, and which is something that we don't really talk about. And I think that a lot of the times we, both in even Ecuador and Canada, often think that, okay, these are the cards that we're dealt. This is the life that we're supposed to live. And everything that happens to us is out of our control. So we should do nothing about it, or there's nothing that we can do about it. And I think that that type of conversation needs to continue to happen. And I think what you're talking about, especially in terms of like white settlerism and acknowledging like past, whether you're connected to Indigenous communities or not, it's really important to acknowledge that, the land was there before, people were there before, and there were unifying either reasons or unifying events that happened that really brought folks together. And colonialism does create binaries in nature and in humans itself, which is a socialization process. But I think that it's still related to environmentalism and energy, because oftentimes we are caught up in who's left behind, who's included, and what's at risk, who's at risk. And that's super important to continue having in these conversations. And these questions are definitely relevant to, I think, communities and as well as policymakers. And as you were talking about Ecuador, I just looked it up very quickly, and there's a lot of resistance happening there in terms of rights of nature, opposition to oil, anti-mining resistance. And I'm just looking right now at case study in Los Cedros.
Yeah.
Cedros. Okay, Los Cedros and the mining threats. So it seems like in the last few years, very similar to what you were talking about, a lot of groups have gotten together and they've focused on the tropical Andes, biologic Andes, hotspot, and they are concerned about the endangered species that are currently being threatened by the mining industry. They're also saying that, there's reservations around national parks, rich agricultural lands, which are very culturally distinct for people, and offer a wide range of fruits and vegetables and flowers. And I think that that connection right there between people and what the land can offer is something that these industries try to separate and cover up there. So I do really appreciate that perspective. And I think that while this might be a Canadian-based podcast, you don't know who's out there, who's migrated, whether they're an environmental refugee, which is something we need to consider a lot more going forward, or whether they're just here because they want to be. Mm-hmm. I think that your story and these stories are important and relevant in this context as we move forward in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, there was this huge oil spill recently, like in May, in this big part of this province in Esmeraldas, and it has caused so much displacement. And itself, it affects, like, you don't really think about it, but like the environmental racism that exists within the country, because Esmeraldas is one of the provinces in Ecuador with the highest percentage of Black people, and that is not a coincidence. It's never a coincidence that they put mining, that they drill oil in particularly places where there's higher racialized people, and like it was the highest. It's like 70% of the population in Esmeraldas is Afro descendant. And if you think about it more, the people who are even most affected by this oil spill are the women and children who were using the land to extract shellfish and mussels, and that because the spill was in a mangrove area. And that's that's how people would use the land, is to take mussels and like eat them. And so that was and fishing also. So I can't even imagine the huge impact that has on the mangrove forest, and which people are dependent on. Yeah, it's really sad, and it really makes me think about like all the huge migration that we're going to see, not just through environmental disaster, but also like the effects of generational effects of losing access to your land, that also has on people and on your mental health and other things, right? Like we see it here. We know what intergenerational trauma looks like, and we're going to continue seeing it. And that's like it's unfortunate. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see a lot of similarities, and I'm glad you were able to make that connection as well. Just drawing it back from Ecuador to even Canada, or so-called Canada, and Newfoundland and Labrador. I think that oftentimes a lot of extractive resource projects find themselves trying to settle in very marginalized communities, whether it's highly racialized communities, so communities with a lot of Black, Indigenous, migrant individuals, whether it's been economically deprived place. So more broadly, which I think you were talking about, which was like the cod collapse. So trying to find places that have suffered like economic and environmental degradation, and cannot necessarily seem to find a replacement or resilient way forward that would seemingly support communities in their growth. And obviously, jobs are at the forefront of a lot of these conversations as well. And so I think that you're talking like about a vicious circle, like this is happening. Like we need jobs to live, we need energy to supply our communities, but we don't want to do it in a way that takes away land piece by piece. We don't want, and correct me if I'm wrong, we don't want an industry that's just going to take land and water and make it unusable, make it inaccessible, whether it's through pollution or just taking it in terms of ownership. I think that there is a commonality between how industry, specifically oil and gas and mining, take control of vulnerable towns and vulnerable communities. And so I think that it's still a conversation we need to keep having, and it needs to keep happening. And it reminds me, especially with the mussels, the Bay du Nord project specifically talks about in their environment impact assessment how blasting for oil, because of the deep sea drilling, it will actually affect the shellfish and some of the surrounding sea life. So outside of the environment impact assessment, we're not necessarily looking at the practical community risks that come from, okay, we don't have mussels, or if we have mussels, they, are covered in oil, which in turn will affect how the quality of food for folks. It will affect the availability of food. And I know just from having fisher family that, mussels and shrimp, they are the cleaners of the ocean. They do filter out a lot of the things that we don't need. And so if we're just going to keep piling on, projects and projects that are going to be taking away their homes or going to be adding more pollution to their own environments, we're definitely not doing ourselves a favor. And I think you're right. Women and children are definitely at the forefront of food scarcity and just nutritional risk in terms of consuming microplastics, polluted food. I really appreciate this. And I think that a lot of people resonate with that now, so more than maybe even 15 or 20 years ago. So just switching the dials. I know we're talking about so many, really hard and very important, but very hard topics. But there has to be something good that comes out of this. There has to be something that drives you to, show up every day. So what makes this work rewarding for you, Dome?
That is a difficult question because of the current political climate that we're living in. And I think the thing that does keep me going is the people and the community that we've built. I think it's indispensable how people are going to show up for community and for you. And community care is like incredibly important to the system that we live in right now. I think individualism and kind of finding myself, if I end up finding myself in a way that I'm like, no, but I have to do this and I have to do that and I have to do this, like, you don't have to live your life thinking that way, and you don't have to live your life thinking that there's some sort of price for doing things by yourself and alone. And to do this work is really hard, and you have to talk through feelings, and you have to have interpersonal relationships with people, and you have to build friendships and companionship with people doing this same type of work, because otherwise you're gonna succumb to being demoralized and alone. And I think, yeah, my community is what keeps me going, and I hold a really special place in my heart for all the love and care that I've gotten from this community and from other activists and other people who work in community, because they know what it's like to do this and get nowhere. And then you and then you have to get up and stand up and say, no, I'll keep going. And seeing resistance work is incredibly important to keep going. Like, I just want to get hope somewhere, and it's like, yes, I see that, and I get it. Like, we all do. We all want hope. We want people who are actually getting what it's actually fighting back and getting it, and fighting back and achieving it, and because that makes you think, I can keep fighting back, and I can keep resisting, and one day we're gonna get there. And yeah, I think within all the horrible loss that we're living in, and the horrible violence that we're seeing on our screens, within the violence that we're seeing every day, you have to look for places of hope. So for example, it's really hard to look for hope within the genocide in Gaza. But one way that I look for hope in that is to see how many people are speaking up now that they haven't before. Like, think about the 75 years of genocide that they were living through, that nobody spoke, there were people speaking out, there were people resisting, but now there's more people resisting. Now there's more people like advocating against this. Like, that is incredibly empowering to see. And even think about the BDS movement, right? Like, we've been able to close stores down in McDonald's. We've been able to decrease their amount of profits, and we're gonna continue doing that, and we're gonna continue making these companies accountable for their genocidal ideas. And so, yes, look for the big wins in other places if you don't have them right now in your local space. Like, look for those wins, and then remind yourself that you're gonna get a win too, and that other people in this movement and this resistance have gotten wins before too. So we will. And
I love that. That is such great advice. Look for wins. When you don't have them in your space, there's always another space that's ready to celebrate and welcome you into their initiative, into their campaign, into their cause, which I think is really powerful, especially as we navigate this world where we're being more critical of borders. We're crossing communication lines across countries. It's been quite, even over the last 5 years, it's been quite eye-opening in terms of how we view geography, politics, and how those decision makers actually influence our everyday lives. And I think you gave like really good advice for folks who are listening, who are wondering, like, what can I do? How can I sustain myself? But is there any other advice you would give for somebody who's just starting out and who wants to break the shell? They're just getting into the movement.
Okay, so I think it is quite intimidating to get into a movement. I did see myself being really intimidated when I was like starting out, and I remember feeling like so small and so like little, and I was like, I'm not very well acquainted with everything that I'm supposed to know to be able to to participate in the space and to play in this space. And it's like, you don't need to be there. We don't all need to be there. You have the passion and the initiative to want to act up, to want to start be building a movement and to be part of a movement. That's great. Start there. You don't need to be up there. And I still feel like sometimes I'm like, oh, like, I'm not that well like acquainted with this knowledge or that knowledge. But then because there's always somebody who's gonna know more. And that's the thing is, there's always gonna be somebody who knows more. I still like find that, and I still do that, but like, I no longer feel this sense of shyness and like embarrassment over my part, because your part is already so good, and like your body, your capacity is already building capacity within the movement. So don't feel intimidated about joining. Okay, that's one thing. Now let's say you do want to join a movement. I think I'll bring it back to the source, the community source. Find people who are gonna bring you into the movement, and who are gonna walk you through the movement, and are gonna take your hand and bring you in and support your growth as you become a part of the movement and become aware of what you are capable of doing and what you are able to do. Because sometimes I think we want to do too much, and then we're burnt out. So I do think finding those connections with people who are already been in the movement maybe for a little bit, maybe for a long time, and letting them take you and guide you into inside the movement. And then as you go, as you meet more people, as you build community, you're gonna see what you're good at and what you can participate in and what you can actually do. And I also think, oh my God, there's this idea that like to act and to like want to be more socially aware and want to do something against horrible environmental policies or like our climate politics, that we have to become an activist. And to that, I hope you challenge that. There's so many ways to be part of a movement without being an activist. And like think about like disability movement has a lot of tips and ways that you can actually help within the movement to build capacity in your bed, in a chair, like in your house. There's so many ways you can participate in community aid and be a part of a mutual aid fund and donate to a mutual aid fund, or like talk about mutual aid fund with other people in your community, and talk about how mutual aid fund like helps like a specific population that you're thinking of. Like you can like distribute food supplies and food for community organizers, or like you can help people with emails. You can do so much. There's so much that you can do that you are not gonna think is valuable because we have this association of what is being an advocate. And no, there's so many ways to be an advocate. And I hope I love I wish we had a list about this specifically from our context in Canada context, because I saw one recently of within the ice raids context, and how people can help like about the within the ice raids when they don't want to like I guess politically put their body in the middle of people, and it had so many great tips of like being a resource knowledge sharer, right? Like learning where to go, or learning what legal help there is to help people out, learning what volunteering opportunities there are within those communities, and for childcare or other types of help, right? So I think within all your comfort levels, just take the first step. I remember when I graduated in 2022, I wrote this huge document of how I was going to become an activist. And it's really funny because I didn't follow any of the track that I like, because I was like, yeah, I'll do this, and I'll do that, and I'll do that, I'll do that. And it's like, no, I actually just started talking to people, and then I started being like, hey, can I be a part of this? And they're like, okay, yeah, come in. And then like I knew more people, and then suddenly I was like, hey, can I be a part of the board? And that's because I wanted it. But you slowly build up. And yeah.
I love that. That's, oh my gosh, I feel like that is how to get involved in a movement and raise awareness 101. Come in where you are, your skills are valued, connect with people, find folks who are going to bring you into a movement. Don't negate the fact that there's places where you can learn more, there's places where you can teach. And a lot of the time, activism, raising awareness, and supporting a movement are three different things. And I think that we don't necessarily need to be one of three. We can be three of three, and we can even be more than that. I think that we are what our communities need, and you definitely speak a lot to that, Dome. And I do want to thank you so much for taking the time to be here today. on this rainy yet really warm day in St. John's. And again, my name is Cassie Drudge. I'm the Bay du Nord organizer with Sierra Club Canada, and I'm speaking with Dome Lombeda, a migrant from Ecuador who's been doing work in community with different groups in St. John's for a few years, as well as the project manager for the Anti-Racism Coalition of Newfoundland and Labrador's Anti-Hate campaign. So thank you for being with us here today, Dome, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you so much, Cassie.
Organisez-vous et travaillez ensemble. Travailler avec les médias aussi, il y a un peu de nous, puis nous penser comme l'expression en anglais, c'est newly not in my backyard. Mm-hmm. Mais avec le temps, on a pu quand même, avec nos connaissances et avec la persistance, les médias ont commencé à rire moins de nous autres et de prendre un peu plus au sérieux. Et finalement, je pense qu'on a pu, de cette façon-là, comme gagner la guerre des médias et de public relations. Beaucoup de l'eau qui est contaminée, on ne peut pas s'en servir pour autre chose. Là, c'est de l'eau qui est perdue à jamais. Puis c'est des tonnes et des tonnes et des tonnes d'eau qui sont usagées pour chaque pluie. Ça cause des problèmes cardiaques, des problèmes respiratoires, des cancers, des problèmes de santé psychologique et des décès prématurés. C'est dangereux pour les gens qui travaillent dans l'industrie.
Bienvenue dans un nouvel épisode du podcast L'environnement au Canada, un podcast sur l'environnement au Canada réalisé par Sierra Club Canada. Je suis Diamond Ya, votre animatrice de podcast francophone à Sierra Club Canada. Aujourd'hui, je discute avec Denise Melanson, écologiste avec l'Alliance Anti-gaz de schiste du Nouveau-Brunswick. L'industrie pétrolière existe au Nouveau-Brunswick depuis plus de 150 ans, mais la population s'y oppose de plus en plus. En 2013, Southwestern Energy Resources a obtenu un permis du gouvernement provincial du Nouveau-Brunswick pour l'exploitation du gaz de schiste dans le comté de Kent. Ceci a suscité une grande vague de mobilisation citoyenne et de manifestations contre l'exploitation du gaz de schiste. Nous discuterons des conséquences environnementales de cette exploitation, de la mobilisation citoyenne et de comment lutter contre l'industrie pétrolière au Canada. Avant de commencer, je vous rappelle que vous pouvez agir en faveur de l'environnement sur notre site web sierraclub.ca. Nous avons beaucoup de pétitions, d'autres actions, d'événements et des mises à jour régulières auxquelles vous pouvez vous inscrire sur la page d'accueil. Vous pouvez également trouver Sierra Club Canada sur les réseaux sociaux et vous pouvez écouter l'environnement au Canada sur Harbinger Media Network, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio et YouTube et partout où vous pouvez trouver votre podcast habituellement. Ce podcast est également diffusé sur CKUT Broadcast Radio à Montréal au 90.3 FM toutes les 2 semaines. N'oubliez pas de nous suivre et de vous abonner pour recevoir le dernier épisode. Bonjour Denise, bienvenue au podcast L'environnement au Canada. Donc, est-ce que vous pouvez vous présenter un peu?
Je m'appelle Denise Melanson. Je suis travailleuse sociale, médicale. J'ai pris ma retraite il y a plusieurs années. Mais j'ai passé toute ma carrière dans les hôpitaux. Alors, c'est le milieu de santé qui m'a toujours intéressée et c'est tous les problèmes environnementaux que j'ai vus. J'ai toujours pensé, mais c'est quoi? Qu'est-ce que ça fait aux humains? Qu'est-ce que ça fait à l'environnement? Et qu'est-ce que ça fait à la santé, le bien-être des gens de faire certaines choses dans l'environnement? Et on a eu la chance comme vraiment d'étudier ça de près quand ils sont venus au Nouveau-Brunswick vers 2010-11 pour introduire la fracturation hydraulique ici. Et c'est à ce moment-là que j'ai commencé avec des centaines et des milliers d'autres personnes, je dois dire, à se demander mais c'est quoi ça et c'est quoi l'effet de ces choses-là. Mm-hmm. Et c'est de là que moi je me suis vraiment intéressée à mieux comprendre c'était quoi exactement, comment ça impacte les humains et comment les impacts, le dommage à l'environnement, qu'est-ce que ça fait aux humains. Et c'est ça qui m'a comme amené à passer autant de temps et tout le travail que nous avons fait à travers la province pour prévenir quelque chose qu'on voyait comme un désastre environnemental, mais on a accompagné d'un désastre pour les citoyens.
Mm-hmm.
Alors, c'est un peu ça.
Donc, vous êtes impliqué avec le groupe Anti-gaz de schiste du Nouveau-Brunswick. Donc, est-ce que vous pouvez parler un peu
L'Alliance, oui.
Oui. Donc, est-ce que vous pouvez parler un peu du travail de l'Alliance? Quand
tout ça est parti en 2010-2011, chaque communauté qui était comme visée s'est impliquée. On s'est créé des groupes, des groupes environnementaux qui existaient dans certaines places. La plupart des gens se sont organisés quand on a commencé à parler de venir ici et de faire cette chose-là. On a pu, à travers le réseau environnemental du Nouveau-Brunswick, se parler. Au début, on se parlait par téléphone. Éventuellement, on s'est formé à une alliance à travers la province. Et c'est cette alliance-là qui nous a permis d'organiser ensemble. Donc, chaque groupe continuait à être indépendant, faisait ses activités, mais ça nous a permis de se rejoindre comme un groupe à travers la province, finalement. Et on s'est donné deux buts. C'était, de ramasser des fonds pour aller en cours, pour arrêter ça. L'autre chose, c'était d'éduquer la population. Alors, on a vraiment travaillé vraiment très fort pour faire comprendre aux gens, l'industrie est arrivée avec le gouvernement pour nous dire ceci, il n'y a rien là, vous allez même pas savoir qu'on est là, il n'y a pas de problème. Tous les problèmes sont réglables. On va faire des belles règlements, des règlements là qui vont tout corriger, tous les problèmes qui pourraient être suscités. Déjà, on savait qu'ils nous mentaient en pleine face, que c'était vraiment pas vrai que tous les problèmes pouvaient se régler. Et alors, on s'est donné comme but de faire vraiment, on a fait de village en village, de ville en ville, et on est allé leur dire, OK, c'est ça que l'industrie nous dit pas, c'est ça que le gouvernement nous dit pas. Et au début, on travaillait avec les médias aussi, il y a un peu de nous, ils nous pensaient comme, l'expression en anglais, c'est nimby, not in my backyard. Mais avec le temps, on a pu quand même, avec nos connaissances et avec la persistance, les médias ont commencé à rire moins de nous autres et de prendre un peu plus au sérieux. Et finalement, je pense qu'on a pu, de cette façon-là, comme gagner la guerre des médias et de public relations. Finalement, c'était clair que le gouvernement et l'industrie mentaient et nous, on pouvait leur dire les vraies choses. Alors, c'est la seule façon finalement qu'on a réussi à diriger cette industrie-là parce que normalement, on n'aurait pas dû gagner. Mais c'est vraiment en s'organisant et en travaillant ensemble qu'on a pu réussir ça.
Oui, donc pour les gens qui nous écoutent, est-ce que vous pouvez expliquer un peu c'est quoi le gros problème du gaz de schiste au Nouveau-Brunswick?
Le gaz de schiste, je peux résumer ça très facilement. Il y a un document qui s'appelle, c'est en anglais, mais c'est le Compendium of Scientific, Medical, Media Findings Demonstrating Risks and Harms of Fracking. C'est un groupe de médecins et de professionnels de la santé qui se sont donné le but de ramasser toute la science là-dessus. Alors, les problèmes qui ont pu déterrer, c'est que tous les problèmes ne sont pas réglables par les règlements. Un gros problème, c'est qu'il y a tant de pluies, des mille et des mille et des mille pluies sont forées et souvent abandonnées. Et toutes ces pluies-là émettent des émissions toxiques dans l'air ou peuvent continuer à contaminer l'eau. Ça accélère les changements climatiques parce que le méthane, qui est le gaz naturel, est un gaz qui est encore plus important que le CO2 pour réchauffer la planète. Un autre, beaucoup de l'eau qui est contaminée, on peut pas s'en servir pour autre chose. Là, c'est de l'eau qui est perdue à jamais. Puis c'est des tonnes et des tonnes et des tonnes d'eau qui sont usagées pour chaque pluie. C'est bien complètement fou de faire ce qu'ils font. Polluer l'air de façon assez importante. Alors, si on met comme un site et on a un puits, puis ensuite on décide, on va avoir 20 puits sur ce site-là, 20 puits vont émettre beaucoup plus d'émissions de pollution dans l'air qu'un puits. Alors, c'est comme, c'est l'envergure de l'industrie qui est le plus gros problème. Parce que c'est pas comme un puits ordinaire, conventionnel, où on creuse un trou dans la terre, puis pendant des années, on va aller chercher l'huile ou le gaz là. Ceci, il faut continuellement faire d'autres puits. Alors, c'est un autre des gros problèmes. Alors, la pollution de l'air, puis les problèmes de santé qu'on a pu déterrer ou qu'on a pu déterminer là, par la science, c'est des bébés nés trop tôt, des bébés nés avec des problèmes en naissant, ça cause des problèmes cardiaques, des problèmes respiratoires, des cancers, des problèmes de santé psychologique et des décès prématurés. Alors, toutes ces choses-là sont documentées. Il y a au-delà de 120 études qui démontrent ça. Là. Puis, une étude, il y en a plus 2 études, il y a peut-être quelque chose là. Quand tu as au-delà de 100 études qui te disent ceci, c'est un problème et ça cause des problèmes aux humains, il faut commencer à croire à ça. C'est dangereux pour les gens qui travaillent dans l'industrie. Il y a très peu d'études qui regardent vraiment c'est quoi l'impact de ces gens-là. Quoi faire avec toute l'eau usagée, contaminée? Quoi faire avec tous les déchets solides qui sont radioactifs et toxiques? Ça va où, ça? Parce que c'est des tonnes d'affaires. Puis, des fois, ils se sont, pour se défaire des déchets liquides, comme les eaux usagées, mais ils se sont mis à mettre ça dans la terre, ce qui cause souvent des tremblements de terre. Puis, même la fracturation hydraulique cause des tremblements de terre. Donc, ça finit plus, là. Alors, il y a des bouts de radioactivité qui, quand on creuse dans la terre, là, il y a de la radioactivité qui cause pas de problème quand c'est enterré, mais quand on amène ça à la surface, où est-ce que ça va? Moi, je le sais pas. Dieu le sait peut-être, mais moi, je sais pas. Puis, il y a j'ai l'impression que les gens, c'est pas très clair pour eux. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait avec ces déchets-là? En tout cas, ça finit jamais. C'est quand on se met à forêt en quelque part, les oiseaux disparaissent, les animaux sont écartés parce que c'est le bruit et la lumière, c'est comme ça devient intolérable. Alors, puis c'est vraiment, on est censé avoir droit à un environnement sain, mais tu peux pas faire ces choses-là et respecter le droit des humains à vivre dans un environnement qui est pas dangereux pour eux. Alors, c'est un peu près ça. Grosso modo, là, c'est ça la liste des problèmes qu'on peut voir et qu'on a vu. Et nous, en lisant et en regardant partout ailleurs, qu'est-ce qui se passait, on a compris que même si tous les problèmes sont là, que les gens qui vivent là se plaignent de tous ces problèmes-là, une fois que c'est parti, on peut plus l'arrêter. Alors, nous, on s'est donné le but là, de l'arrêter avant que ça commence. Le Québec ils ont été très sages parce que eux, ils ont fait une vraie évaluation au niveau de la population, au niveau de l'environnement. Et finalement, là, ils ont décidé que ça, c'est fou, puis on le fait pas. Alors, le Québec a pas vécu ce que les gens du Nouveau-Brunswick ont vécu, ou ce que les gens dans les provinces où où l'industrie fonctionne déjà, ont pas nécessairement les protections voulues pour vraiment évaluer l'impact parce que pour évaluer l'impact sur les humains, il faut étudier les humains. Alors, c'est quand on appelle, c'est comme si on approche le gouvernement, les gens qui font les règlements et dire, bon, nous, on se sent pas bien, ou notre eau est contaminée, mais ils vont aller ailleurs et dire, non, on a testé l'eau là-bas, là, vous n'avez pas à vous préoccuper, l'eau est correcte. Mais on ne peut pas savoir si l'être humain est atteint sans regarder l'être humain. Et c'est quelque chose aucune place où les règlements demandent un suivi c'est d'avoir une évaluation de base de la santé de la population pour pouvoir comprendre si les gens commencent à être hospitalisés plus souvent, ont des problèmes et se ramassent aux urgences plus souvent, tous les hospitalisations pour les crises cardiaques, ce genre de choses-là. Si on n'a pas un bilan de base, on ne peut pas voir que si ça arrive. Je sais que je parle beaucoup, là, mais je ne sais pas si tu as des questions au niveau de ce que j'essaie d'expliquer.
Oui, ben dans le fond, vous avez nommé beaucoup d'effets sur la santé du gaz de schiste. Donc, et vous avez dit plutôt que le gouvernement nous mentait. Donc, est-ce qu'il y avait des mensonges au niveau des conséquences sur la santé?
Ici, donc pour nous, c'était clair que le gouvernement, ce qu'il nous disait était pas vrai. Et on était capable d'aller démontrer que quand il nous disait donc non, c'est très sécuritaire, il n'y a jamais de problème, l'eau est jamais contaminée, on va faire un monitorage, l'air va être clair, l'air va être correct. Mais quand les chercheurs indépendants allaient voir ces choses-là, on voyait que ce que le gouvernement disait, ce que l'industrie disait, ne correspondait pas à ce que les chercheurs trouvaient. Alors, puis il y a quand même beaucoup d'études qui ont été faites sur les vraies conséquences de cette industrie-là. Mais il semble y avoir comme deux réalités. Il y a la réalité de tout le monde qu'on vit tous les jours, et il y a une réalité officielle qui des fois ne correspond pas nécessairement avec ce que les gens vivent. C'est de là pour nous, on s'est dit, il faut vraiment que les gens de la place décident pour eux-mêmes que s'ils veulent une chose comme ça dans leur communauté. Puis, on n'a pas le choix. La façon que nos lois sont écrites, une fois qu'un bail est signé entre une industrie et le gouvernement, ils ont le droit à devenir forêt. Puis nous, on n'avait aucune démarche légale à part de les amener en cours pour essayer d'arrêter ça. Mais il n'y a pas de place dans nos lois et dans nos gouvernements où on peut aller dire, nous, on veut une évaluation approfondie de telle chose. Ou si on a une plainte à faire, mais là, aller voir l'industrie, puis si on n'est pas content, faut les actionner. Puis on trouvait que ça n'avait pas de sens, qu'il n'y avait pas un bureau dans le gouvernement où on était capable d'aller et dire, OK, nous là, on vit ça. Pouvez-vous aller demander au gouvernement de se justifier à propos de ces problèmes-là?
Donc, et est-ce que après vos actions, ce genre de mécanisme-là a été mis en place ou non?
Non, ce qu'on fait depuis des années maintenant, c'est on a introduit, on a développé dans la communauté avec l'aide des organismes légaux de l'environnement qui sont là pour protéger l'environnement. On a rédigé une loi qui pourrait nous donner le droit à un environnement sain au niveau gouvernemental. Alors, ça voudrait dire qu'il y aurait un endroit au gouvernement qui se pense sur, OK, c'est quoi l'impact sur les humains si vous faites telle chose? Et le gouvernement doit quand même, en proposant des choses qui vont avoir un impact sur l'environnement, en même temps, justifier comment ils vont assurer que les humains sont pas blessés par cette chose-là ou endommagés par cette chose-là. Et nous, on a rédigé une loi, avec l'aide évidemment des avocats. On a présenté à tous les partis politiques de la province et on a réussi que le Parti vert a accepté de prendre cette loi, de l'adapter, évidemment, d'une façon qu'il trouvait plus de chance à passer, et de la présenter à la législature alors maintenant, on est à l'étape qu'elle était passée la première lecture. On est rendu à la deuxième lecture et on a fait, par unanimité, tout le gouvernement a dit oui, ça peut passer au comité législatif qui, eux, se penchent sur, OK, qu'est-ce que ça dit? Qu'est-ce qu'on devrait changer? Qu'est-ce qui est acceptable? Le langage, qu'est-ce qu'on va faire avec ce langage pour essayer de donner la chance à la population d'avoir une loi qui les protège dans ce sens-là. Alors, faut que ça soit pas, faut que ça devienne loi. Il faut que ça passe à une troisième lecture et que, c'est où on ait assez de votes pour que ça soit accepté comme une loi. Mm-hmm. Alors, on est rendu assez loin dans ce processus-là. Et c'est encourageant parce que ça vient de se passer. On est allé, c'était quelle date, là? Il n'y a pas tellement longtemps, en tout cas, une semaine ou deux passées, que ça a eu ça est allé pour la deuxième lecture. Et de là, ça s'en va au comité législatif. Alors, on est très contents, on est très encouragés que c'est allé jusqu'à ce point-là. Et on a fait beaucoup de lobbying auprès de tous nos députés pour les faire dire oui, au moins, on accepte en principe que c'est une loi qui devrait passer.
Donc, si cette loi passe et réussit à être implantée dans la province, comment est-ce que les citoyens et citoyennes peuvent l'utiliser?
D'ailleurs, en partant, c'est que le gouvernement doit aller et exposer et regarder vraiment de façon beaucoup plus profonde c'est l'impact possible pour les humains. Parce que une des choses les plus étonnantes que j'ai jamais appris de ma vie, c'est que quand ils font des évaluations de l'environnement, il n'y a pas d'humains dedans. Ils nous ont carrément enlevés de la Terre. Alors, ceci, ça les force à regarder que, oui, il y a des humains qui vivent. C'est pas seulement la petite grenouille en danger d'extinction, là. A besoun d'être protégée. Il y a des humains là-dedans. Et qu'est-ce que vous allez faire pour protéger les humains? Alors, ça c'est de un. Et si jamais il y a des problèmes, on a des questions, on n'est pas satisfait des réponses de nos gouvernements, il y aurait comme un genre de commission où on peut aller et poser des questions et poser des plaintes. Mm-hmm. Et que là, c'est pour vraiment que le gouvernement réponde de façon très concrète aux plaintes. Plutôt que de dire, non, on va aller, faites-vous-en pas, là, il n'y en a pas de problème, ou être obligé d'aller, c'est aller en justice et payer des fortunes pour un avocat pour essayer de régler un problème. Il y a un endroit au gouvernement où on peut aller, qui a le pouvoir quand même d'insister que le gouvernement fasse telle chose. Nous avons déjà un ombudsman, mais l'ombudsman n'a aucun pouvoir. Il peut faire des recommandations, il peut leur dire, là, on trouve pas que vous faites pas ça tout à fait correctement, mais le gouvernement n'a pas besoin d'agir. Et ça, on le fait au niveau provincial, malgré le fait que le gouvernement fédéral avait passé une loi, ce qui s'appelait, c'est pas en anglais, mais en français, c'est la canadienne de la protection de l'environnement. Ça, c'est une loi fédérale qui a été passée par le gouvernement de Justin Trudeau. Et ce que ça faisait, ça réintroduisait l'humain dans l'environnement. C'est exactement ce qu'on essaie de faire au niveau provincial. Et ça passait au fédéral. Les provinces qui ont beaucoup de pétrole, de l'industrie du pétrole, l'industrie qui font beaucoup de développement au niveau de l'environnement, ou dont beaucoup d'activités industrielles dans l'environnement, ont actionné le gouvernement fédéral et la course en disant, ça, là, tout ce qui a lien aux ressources environnementales comme la forêt, les mines, tout ça, ça appartient aux provinces. Et ils ont demandé à la Cour suprême du Canada de dire avec comme eux que ça, le CIPA avait rien à faire là-dedans. Alors la loi fédérale ne s'appliquerait pas. Et les imbéciles, excuse-moi, non, mais les imbéciles à la Cour suprême ont dit, vous avez raison. Alors, ce que le gouvernement fédéral a essayé de nous donner comme protection nous a été enlevé par nos provinces. Alors, c'est pour ça que nous, on a besoin de ça dans la province.
Donc, est-ce que vous avez des conseils pour des personnes dans d'autres provinces qui essaieraient de passer une loi similaire?
Organisez-vous et travaillez ensemble. La seule raison, c'est une des choses importantes que je voulais dire à propos de comment on a réussi au Nouveau-Brunswick de faire partir une industrie que personne ne pensait. On était les seuls au monde qui pensaient qu'on pouvait gagner. Puis, heureusement, on ne savait pas qu'on pouvait pas gagner. Alors, on a persisté. Mais la seule raison qu'on a réussi, c'est que tous les groupes de la province, les anglophones, les francophones, les indigènes, ont travaillé ensemble. Puis, ils n'ont pas permis au gouvernement ils voulaient pas qu'on travaille ensemble. Ils faisaient tout pour essayer, les indigènes, on peut vous parler, là, puis on veut pas vous parler avec les autres. Puis on a fini par comprendre, la seule façon de gagner, c'est de travailler ensemble et de faire des actions ensemble. Alors, on faisait des manifestations, mais tout le long, on était là. Et on a réussi, s'il y avait un problème là-bas, tout le monde y allait. Alors, quand il y avait des manifestations dans le comté de Kent, où je suis, les gens de partout arrivaient. On savait jamais qui se allait là, le jour. Alors, il y avait comme une coordination qui était vraiment importante. Alors, il faut vraiment c'est très facile pour un gouvernement de séparer les gens. Puis des fois, il faut faire exprès qu'on se batte ensemble. Parce que quand on passe notre temps à se battre entre nous, les gouvernements peuvent nous faire toutes sortes de choses. Alors moi, mon premier comme recommandation est aller chercher les gens, même si c'est des gens avec qui vous travaillez pas normalement, là, si c'est assez important, il faut que vous trouver le moyen de travailler ensemble. Et quand on réussit à faire ça, mais ça augmente le pouvoir qu'on a à influencer non seulement les gouvernements, mais les médias. Parce qu'ils vont nous prendre beaucoup plus au sérieux si on est capable de faire ça. Alors, c'est comme d'avoir les groupes qui travaillent de façon indépendante, mais de pouvoir se rejoindre puis pas se battre avec, pas passer sur notre temps à se battre entre nous.
Oui, justement, vous avez dit au début que les médias ne vous prenaient pas au sérieux. Donc, c'était quoi votre stratégie pour que vos demandes gagnent en légitimité?
Une des choses qu'on a faites, qui a été vraiment le plus important, on a fait venir des gens d'ailleurs. Les gens qui vivaient ça ou qui comprenaient ça. Des experts qui sont venus, puis on les prenait partout dans la province. On avait un théâtre à Montréal, le Capitole, mais on a fait venir un des messieurs c'était un ingénieur qui a participé au développement de ces technologies-là. Et ça, son message a été très clair. Faites pas ça. Parce qu'il nous a expliqué qu'est-ce que ça allait faire à la Terre et à tout l'environnement autour de nous si on permettait ça. Alors, ces gens-là qu'on faisait venir d'ailleurs étaient capables de dire d'une façon beaucoup plus concrète et d'une façon plus importante et stratégique que nous, ce qu'on disait, moi j'ai lu ça, puis ceci, c'est des gens qui vivaient et qui pouvaient nous dire exactement qu'est-ce que c'était. Et au fur et à mesure, le plus qu'on avait ces gens-là qui arrivaient, qui étaient réellement connaissants, ils commençaient, ce qu'on leur disait prenait plus d'envergure. Alors ça, c'était une très bonne stratégie qui a été très importante et qui a porté les médias à nous prendre plus au sérieux. Et moi, je me levais tous les matins. Là, chacun avait ses rôles. Moi, je lisais. Parce que moi, je me suis penchée sur toute la question de santé. Alors, il y avait une dame au Québec qui nous envoyait, je me souviens plus de son nom, mais je me levais le matin. Elle m'avait envoyé, en allant sur son site, toute la recherche qui s'était faite, tous les rapports qui ont été émis, tous les jours. Alors, moi, je lisais 3 heures tous les jours. J'ai pas lu un roman pendant 5 ans. Mais comme d'autres gens là, qui étaient vraiment bons dans l'organisation organisaient des rencontres. Les autres gens, alors on trouvait notre niche là-dedans et chacun participait à sa façon pour donner le plus de temps possible. Il y avait des gens, là, quand on manifestait dans le chemin, tous les jours, rain or shine, ils étaient là, ils étaient dans la rue. Alors, eux, c'était leur contribution. Alors, ça voulait dire que le plus de gens qui s'impliquaient, le plus qu'on avait de gens intelligents qui pouvaient trouver des stratégies, on faisait des conférences de presse. Il n'y a rien qu'on n'a pas fait. Mais on avait les gens avec les capacités de le faire. Alors, c'est ça l'importance de travailler ensemble. Un petit groupe c'est pas qu'on peut rien faire, mais on avait comme une vingtaine de groupes à travers la province qui coordonnaient leurs activités. Alors, l'éducation, il fallait aller expliquer les choses que l'industrie et le gouvernement ne leur disaient pas. Et quand ils voyaient que, on était des gens sérieux qui avaient fait une recherche assez solide, il fallait jamais mentir et jamais dire quelque chose qu'on pouvait pas soutenir. Et en fonctionnant de cette façon-là, on est capable vraiment de faire bouger les montagnes.
Mm-hmm. Donc, dans le fond, c'est quand que vous avez jugé que vous avez gagné votre lutte? Comment est-ce que vous avez su ça?
Mais en général, la population a compris ceci, là, c'est pas bon pour nous. Alors, le gouvernement ne peut pas se permettre d'avoir autant de gens qui sont fâchés contre eux que ça. Et finalement, il y a eu des élections et pauvre monsieur Hallward, qui était le premier ministre, a été conseillé de dire, tu sais, dans son slogan là, pour les élections, c'est « Dites oui au gaz de schiste ». Il a été massacré dans les élections parce que les gens ont dit non. Alors, ça a été long, ça a été pénible, mais parce qu'on n'a jamais lâché. Et on était comme assez disciplinés. Il y a eu comme une émeute qui a été provoquée par qui, je sais pas là exactement, mais en général, les gens étaient respectueux, il y avait pas de violence, les gens savaient comment agir, mais ils étaient déterminés.
Mm-hmm.
Alors, ça a été toute une expérience.
Donc, dans le fond, les compagnies pétrolières, après 4 ans de lutte, sont rentrées chez eux et n'ont même pas réussi à forer un seul puits.
Oui, puis il était rendu au stade où il voulait, encore dans le comté où j'habite, il y avait deux endroits où il voulait forer un puits. Et finalement, il y a rien qui s'est fait. Et parce que finalement, ils ont compris que les gens du Nouveau-Brunswick ne veulent pas ça. C'est inutile. Puis, tu sais combien de gens veux-tu mettre en prison pour se planter devant les camions dans le chemin, là. C'est pas un good look pour le gouvernement, ça.
Mm-hmm. Oui. Donc, dans le fond, c'est quoi les leçons que vous retirez de cette lutte qui a duré plusieurs années?
C'est qu'il faut pas lâcher. Faut être discipliné. Faut pas se battre entre nous. Faut trouver, tu sais, ceux qui sont bons dans l'organisation, laissez-les organiser. Alors, c'est ce que je disais. Une population unie, c'est aussi une population unie peut gagner. Heureusement, on est dans une démocratie, alors il y a des limites de ce que le gouvernement peut faire pour nous arrêter. Puis il ne peut pas nous arrêter de parler. Pour en savoir plus que le gouvernement, pour que les gens avec qui on a des entretiens. Par exemple, on avait des meetings, on avait des genres de panels ou des gens. Alors, il y avait quelqu'un du gouvernement, il y aurait eu quelqu'un de notre groupe, quelqu'un de l'industrie, et on leur posait des questions. Mais 3/4 du temps, les gens qui étaient là pour le gouvernement ou l'industrie avaient leurs talking points. Et puis, ils pouvaient nous dire, tu sais, si quelqu'un dit ça, toi tu dis ça. Nous, on avait comme une connaissance très approfondie de ce que ça voulait dire. Alors, Stein nous disait quelque chose d'absurde, il n'y a jamais eu de contamination d'eau. Ben là, on avait une réponse qu'on pouvait les envoyer. OK, ben allez voir là, vous allez trouver que c'est pas vrai ce que vous dites là. Ou qu'il n'y a pas de problème de santé. Ben oui, ben, il y a 120 études là, qui disent que ça rend les gens malades. Vous pouvez, alors, il faut vraiment mieux connaître ça que les gens avec qui on doit entretenir. Et finalement, la population voit que qui sait de quoi il parle. C'était vraiment très important. Et souvent, je me souviens une rencontre avec c'était l'association des avocats du Nouveau-Brunswick qui avait organisé une rencontre là-dessus. Et quand nous, on était dans l'audience aussi, alors on posait nos questions. Puis les deux gens qui représentaient l'industrie et le gouvernement se regardaient et regardaient notre représentant. Quand une question, il n'avait aucune idée que c'était quoi la réponse. Alors, c'était clair que la personne qui connaissait de quoi il parlait, c'est le gars qui nous représentait, c'est notre Jim Hamburger, Monsieur Briand, qui c'était clair qu'on savait de quoi on parlait. Le gouvernement, c'est des talking points. Là, c'était, OK, ben, vous allez dire ça, là, puis c'est ça notre réponse à cette question-là. Qui était comme 3/4 du temps, c'était faux. Ou c'était biaisé, tellement biaisé que ça n'avait pas de sens. Alors, il faut savoir de quoi on parle.
Et est-ce que vous avez des craintes ou des inquiétudes que le gaz de schiste ou d'autres industries polluantes vont s'installer au Nouveau-Brunswick à l'avenir?
Mais je pense que ça va toujours être... S'il y a de l'argent à faire, les gens veulent faire de l'argent. Et souvent, c'est très difficile, là, quand on passe de la possibilité d'argent devant certaines personnes, là, beaucoup de personnes, mais tu sais, ils développent un genre de gel au cerveau cérébral parce que l'argent, si c'est ça la seule valeur, ils vont peut-être se faire convaincre que c'est une bonne chose. Mais ce qu'on a fait ici, c'est la même chose. Il faut vraiment savoir de quoi on parle. Et essayer d'aller chercher et d'encourager le gouvernement à agir de façon qui est plus... ou de vraiment exiger que le gouvernement regarde l'environnement comme on devrait tous regarder l'environnement. C'est notre chez nous. On fait partie de l'environnement, puis on ne peut pas faire des choses pour endommager l'environnement sans se faire mal à soi. Et il faut toujours être prêt à manifester et s'organiser. S'ils arrivent, puis ils veulent nous garder foleries encore. C'est très tentant parce que là, maintenant, là, OK, ben, avec tous les drames qu'on vit entre nous, les États-Unis, puis on part de l'éoduc un peu partout, puis on a besoin de nos ressources naturelles, faut vraiment les développer. Mais il faut quand même dire bon. Et on a quand même le pouvoir il reste quand même un pouvoir de citoyen d'aller et d'insister qu'on respecte la nature et l'être humain. Et c'est encore pour ça qu'on a essayé de faire passer cette loi-là, qui nous donne encore un autre outil. Un outil plus efficace que les outils qu'on avait avant. On peut toujours les actionner. On avait ramassé comme ça une centaine de $1,000 pour actionner le gouvernement, juste au niveau du gaz de schiste. Mais c'est une autre piste aussi. Alors, se servir de tous les outils possibles.
Oui, donc ça fait le tour de mes questions aujourd'hui. Donc, avant qu'on termine, est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose que vous jugez qui est très important, mais dont on n'a pas encore mentionné aujourd'hui?
Au fond, je pense que j'espère que j'ai été claire. J'espère que ça a été intéressant. Et non, mais je suis très contente que tu me poses ces questions-là.
Mais merci beaucoup, Denise.
Et merci, Diamond.
Welcome to another episode of the Environment in Canada podcast, a podcast about the environment in Canada by Sierra Club Canada. I'm Haley Davis, Communications Assistant for Sierra Club Canada, and today I'm going to be talking with Charlotte Craig about urban ecology, specifically looking at how climate change will be affecting bee populations in urban areas. Globally, understanding the rights of nature is evolving. Here at Sierra Club Canada, we are rooted in protecting our biodiversity in the face of climate change. It is becoming increasingly essential to understand that all ecosystems on our planet are deeply intertwined. By doing podcasts focusing on pollinators and the impacts of climate change, we want to emphasize the importance of the rights of nature and protecting our ecosystems. Before we begin, just a reminder that you can take action on environmental issues by visiting sierraclub.ca. We have tons of petitions, other actions and events, and regular new updates you can sign up for on the homepage. You can also find Sierra Club Canada on social media, and you can listen to the Environment in Canada podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, and YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts. The podcast also airs on CKUT Broadcast Radio in Montreal, 93 FM, bi-weekly on Tuesdays at 11 a.m. ET. Don't forget to click follow or subscribe so you can get the latest episodes from us. Hi, Charlotte. Firstly, welcome to the Environment in Canada podcast. It's an honor to have you speaking with us today. So we have a wide range of listeners tuning in here. So firstly, we'd love to hear a little bit about yourself and your research. Like, where did you grow up, go to school? What is urban ecology? And what made you interested in bees and pursue a bee master's research?
Great. So I'm really happy to be here and get a chance to speak to you all. In terms of my background, I grew up mostly on the east coast of Canada, but I did move to the Caribbean when I was young and then to Florida for boarding school a little bit later on. I then came to Toronto for university. I went to the University of Toronto. I did my undergrad there, focusing on environmental biology, forestry science, and environmental studies. I then continued at U of T and I completed my master's in ecology and evolutionary biology. In terms of my research, throughout my undergrad, I really focused on community ecology and how the world works together to make the ecosystems that we have today. My first research job was with the university in the Malcolm Forestry Lab. And in that research, we looked at how logging impacted beetle populations in Algonquin Park in Halliburton Forest Reserve. And from there, I really grew a love for research surrounding anthropogenic influences on communities as a whole. And also learning more about field work was always a really great opportunity. In my master's, I looked at similar themes. So anthropogenic influences on communities again. When I spoke to Professor McIver, my master's thesis supervisor, I realized that his lab was doing a lot of really cool work on community ecology, really on the cutting edge of innovative research. So it seemed like a really easy fit for me to join the lab. The lab also focused on urban ecology, which, to answer your question, is the study of ecological systems in urban spaces, which I think is an incredibly underserved area of research and is an area that people don't spend as much time because it's not as flashy. There's not as many researchers working in the space.
So overall, yeah, just an environmentalist from the beginning, and getting the chance to work on communities and indicator species such as bees and beetles has really been my passion.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's really cool. Thank you for giving us a little bit of insight into that. How would you think working with beetle populations and versus bee populations, do you think they're pretty similar, or how would you say they kind of compare to each other?
I think that a lot of people would think that they're so similar. I think a lot of people view the study of insects as a one and done kind of space, but it's really one of the most diverse areas of research. So beetles are, well, to begin, just the research of them is incredibly different. When I was working in Algonquin Park, we did a lot of flight intercept traps where beetles actually just run into a pane of glass and then fall into a bucket. And you are able to leave them for a certain amount of time and then go collect them. Whereas with bees, you actually have to go out and use an insect vacuum and get them into little vials so that they can be identified later. Because there's so many different kinds of both of them, it's actually really difficult to do non-invasive trapping methods.
Right.
So yeah, there's a big difference between all of them. I think they're both indicator species, so they show what's happening in their community really effectively. So there are a lot of similarities, especially in how diverse they are. So beetle populations and bee populations within Canada are much more diverse than anyone would know. We have over 400 species of bees in Ontario alone.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I did not know that.
Yeah, there's a lot out there. You wouldn't recognize all of them.
That's crazy. Yeah, I feel like in school I took a honeybee biology class, and we learn about the honeybee and like a few other types of bees, but not 400 species.
Yeah, the honeybees definitely dominate the airwaves, but native bees play such an important unsung role. They aren't as glamorous. I mean, you don't get to eat anything they make, but they play a huge role. And beetles, no one really enjoys them. No one wants them in their house, but they're so diverse and so important to our ecosystems and part of our food chains.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, moving on to the next question. So, how do you think your research has filled a gap in knowledge of current studies so far? So, I guess specifically your master's research.
Yeah, so my research is still in the process of being published. So I'm waiting for the opportunity for it to really start being influenced on future research outside of my lab. But I think that when it does become more widely available, I'll be able to inform a lot of different areas of research. Most prevalent would be the in situ manipulation of experiments and experimental approaches to emulate climate change warming in external in situ experiments. So my research took an incredible amount of trial and error. And I think that people who are looking to emulate climate change scenarios will be able to benefit from my research and not have to do quite as much failure to get to their success.
Right.
I also think that the application of different theses around temperature mitigation and management in smaller animals will also benefit those working in insects and ectotherms. So temperature management is examined in a lot of larger species, and it's a lot easier to see, but these theories haven't been tested on our smaller, less prominently studied species. So I think that the application of that work will open up a whole new avenue of research. Specifically for the Bogart effect would be a really great area for them to learn more.
Okay. Do you want to explain a little bit about the Bogart effect?
Yeah, of course. So the Bogart effect is the idea that animals are maintaining their thermal optimum by making changes in their short-term processes, such as phonemic plasticity, and long-term processes such as evolutionary adaptation. So they can manage their temperature internally by changing the behavior that they do instantly, and then also evolving to be more tolerant of temperature.
Okay, which is, very essential in the next forthcoming years based on all the warming we're seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Bogart effect only is so applicable in a place that's changing so rapidly, such as our urban centers, because, evolutionary adaptation can't move as quickly as climate change is moving in.
Right. Yeah, right. That makes sense. So yeah, moving on, and we kind of touched on that, but moving on to the next question. So based on your research, how have bees been shown to manage temperature changes and maintain their thermal optimum? Just kind of explaining a bit more about that Bogart effect. And
Yeah, definitely. So just to give a little bit of background, so bees are ectothermic, meaning that they don't have any ways of internally managing their body temperatures like us as humans do. So instead of internal methods, they actually manage their temperature through different behaviors. So we were talking a little about honeybees earlier, and they're one of the most studied groups of bees due to their implication for human benefit. But honeybees have a lot of examples of maintaining their temperature through different activities. So, for example, honeybees have conducted group movements within their hives. So they actually shiver by contracting their flight muscles to create heat around the queen. And they're also known to sun themselves on rocks on cool mornings to warm themselves up in order to get to that thermal optimum range that they best perform in. Another one that I find very interesting, which might not be as interesting to those who haven't spent as much time around bees, is that honeybees, and actually are known to regurgitate honey onto their face to create an evaporative cooling effect on themselves.
okay.
Yeah, so it's like their own personalized version of sweating.
Nice.
Maybe a little bit grosser than ours, but very effective.
Okay.
Smaller native bees also have their methods of cooling themselves. So they're known to take cooling flights, which are briefer and more frequent flights that cool themselves down through the addition of airflow. And other pollinators also have this kind of need to maintain their temperatures to do the necessary actions that they have every day. So pollinating wasps are also impacted by temperature, as they're also ectothermic. So pollinating wasps actually have been shown by many studies to have a significantly shorter lifespan and fly less when they're exposed to high temperatures.
Mhm.
And pollinating flies also need their temperature needs met, and they actually have been known to spend long periods of time on warmer flowers when the air is cold, and vice versa when they go to colder flowers when the air is hot.
Okay.
And this is all really important. As much as it is fun facts about bees and other pollinators, it's really important because all of these methods of temperature control really impacts how and when bees and other pollinators can forage and fly, which in turn impacts pollination services to plants, which is so necessary not only for humans, but animals as well.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, that's awesome. That's very interesting. I feel like, yeah, I mean, I remember even from my class, it felt like bees are there's just such an interesting organism. It kind of felt like I was in a little fairy tale, like within the Bee Movie or something, like just learning about their dances and all the things they can do. Like, I don't know if this is correct, but do they also do fanning to manage temperature changes, or is that maybe something else?
I'm not sure. I'm sure honeybees have some kind of activity that allows them to fan the hive when they need to cool down. I'm not sure what the process would be called, but one other thing that I would like to mention is that I mentioned a bunch of different processes for different groups of pollinators, but also within the pollinators, there's also a huge difference in climate sensitivity based off of taxonomic differences, as well as ecological traits such as sociality, body size, or specialized foraging behaviors. Mm-hmm. So a lot of studies have shown that social bees are actually more heat tolerant than solitary bees, suggesting that their life history can predict climate sensitivity. And it's also well known that smaller bees are differently impacted by changes in temperature than their larger counterparts. And there's a lot of studies that focus a lot on that thermal range, and it's just incredibly variant depending on the species, even if they reside in the same ecosystem.
Right. Okay. And yeah, just to kind of jump in, do you mind, just for our listeners, do you want to explain a little bit the difference between social bees and solitary bees?
Yeah, definitely. So again, a lot of us picture a honeybee and its hive when we think of a bee, and we think of this kind of hive mind, this large group of organisms that work together and they all have dedicated roles, but that's actually not the case for most of our bees. Most of our bees, outside of a handful, especially within Canada, are actually solitary bees. So without the inclusion of their mating season, they actually live primarily socially. So they forage for themselves, they create homes for themselves. Some bees bury themselves in tunnels underground. Some go and they nest in holes in trees. And while occasionally we can see bees of the same type residing in the same area, just due to the validity and the accessibility of the area itself, they actually do very little interacting with themselves besides mating. And then so there's a big difference between some of them. So I think that it's just really interesting how different their lives can be, and how we assume that they're all buddies and friends with each other with a central home to all hang out.
Yeah, that's so true. I feel like growing up, that's definitely what we've learned, is that they like fly together, they live together, just kind of do everything. But you're saying they're a little more like solitary than we think.
Yeah, the majority of bees are absolutely solitary, and they have so many protection mechanisms to keep themselves safe. A lot of bees use different materials to kind of barricade their eggs into their hidey spots. So whether that be in a tree or in a dugout tunnel, they use pieces of leaves or pieces of petals to barricade their fertilized eggs so that they're protected once they have died and the season continues on, and waiting for those bees to hatch in the coming year.
Oh, wow.
So they do a lot of stuff, and it's incredibly important to recognize these habitats as integral to bee populations. So, keeping the leaves on the ground in the fall, also leaving open patches of not tightly packed soil for those bees that do tunnel, and then also having opportunities in trees for bees to get into those nooks and crannies to breed.
Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, that's good to know. I feel like, we're always taught just, plant flowers that are good pollinators for bees. But it sounds like you have some other tips and tricks that we can do to save the bees.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so moving on to the next question. What are the main effects warming temperatures and climatic changes have had on bee pollination events? And why do you think, just a little bit, I was looking at some of your results from your research, you kind of explained that larger bodied bees, such as carpenter bees, were able to tolerate warmer flowers. So why do you think that's the case?
Yeah. So to address your first question, so what are the main effects of warming temperature and climatic changes on bee pollination events? So in my study, we tested the hypothesis that higher floral temperature is negatively correlated with floral visitor abundance. So as temperature goes up, there's going to be less bees. And this is due to the Bogart effect that we talked a little about earlier, and the need to stay within that thermal optimum. And my research found that during the summer season, when bees are most likely to be exposed to extreme heat events outside of their thermal range, they did in fact choose to avoid hotter foraging areas. But in less extreme times, like the spring and the fall, these trends were not as consistent, most likely due to the lack of extremes that bees experienced. So in the spring and fall, when they weren't as pressured, they were more likely to evenly choose the flowers. And then in the summer, when there were extreme heat events, they really did rely on those cooler flowers to forage. Yeah, and it's really complicated, just because the experiment that we did had a lot to do with emulating even more extreme temperatures. So even with the extreme temperature events that we experienced during the summer in which I conducted my master's, we actually had heaters that emulated an even more extreme scenario of climate change increase. So about a 2.1% temperature increase in our urban centers is what we emulated. And yeah, so we saw a more extreme response, and that makes sense because bees are quite adaptive. They're not going to, there is a lot of variation, especially within our urban spaces of temperature. The temperature difference between green spaces and the gray industry spaces is a lot bigger than a lot of people expect. So they do have some plasticity in their ability to forage.
Okay, cool. So yeah, do you think, and we'll talk a little bit about this later, but do you think that certain bee populations like the smaller bodied bees will be affected more negatively with climate change then and continued increased anthropogenic sources?
Yeah, based on my research and the study by others, it definitely is likely that smaller bodied bees are going to be more impacted by temperature change. So, and this has to do a lot with different aspects, again, due to taxonomic differences, sociality, and things like that. But the thing that we can really attribute to in terms of size is that larger bees have a larger surface area to volume ratio, which limits water loss. So they aren't as impacted as quickly as smaller bees. So they can be better adapted to change their activities to mitigate that water loss, whereas smaller bees are at higher risk.
Okay, that makes sense. And just on another note, when they are foraging, do they have certain receptors on them that will how do they detect basically the temperature of the flower? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, so it's still left to be researched much more extensively how they can perceive the temperature of the flowers and themselves, but it's somewhat similar to other insects. So they're able to just have that in their system to let them know that it's hotter or colder. I'm not quite sure what the actual taxonomic determinant is, but they are known to be able to choose based off of different temperatures.
Okay.
They also, if you look at a picture of a flower in a thermal camera, there's actually a lot of flowers that use different thermal and color patterns to draw pollinators into the center where the pollen and the nectar are. So having that indication of temperature is actually beneficial to them as they look to forage and find those areas of optimal of nectar.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and I guess just kind of a little bit more about your research, but when you were looking at the different flowers, did you find that the actual flower itself, certain species would tolerate the warmer temperatures better? Or was that not really something you paid too much attention to during your study?
Yeah, during our study, we did bring in our own flowers. So we brought in 3 different species dependent on the season. And what we did was we actually consistently tried to keep them as healthy as possible to entice further visitation. So they were all given water and they were all given an opportunity to not be in direct sunlight so they wouldn't completely dry out and die. So we didn't really look at the impact of temperature on the plants themselves. But a lot of studies do look into how temperature impacts plant growth and development and pollination subsequently. And it's known that as temperature increase, nectar is actually going to increasingly evaporate, which will be much more difficult for bees and other pollinators to detect it. Okay. And this is something that dependent on a lot of things in the flower. So the shape of the flower, the height, the number of blooms, the color is all going to really impact how flowers respond in the heat, and then also how pollinators perceive them as they change in the heat.
Okay, interesting. So yeah, when you were doing the studies, did you find that because temperature was your controls, and I noticed you used, was it infrared light, I think?
We just used a heater, yeah.
Oh, just a heater, okay. Did you find it was hard to manage with other abiotic factors like wind or rain? Did you find it hard to kind of maintain that, or how did you guys deal with that?
Yeah, it, as most field experiments, was incredibly difficult to manage all of those impacts.
Yeah.
And one of the ways that we did try to mitigate the impact, or at least compensate for changes in abiotic factors, was we took just a plethora of temperature measurements. So we took a consistent, at a 1 minute interval for each and every plant, we took a air temperature measurement of the plant surrounding temperature. And we also had a thermal gun that we took a picture of every single flower and traced out all of the flowers on each plant to get their surface temperature for each trial. And we also had temperature measurements as control throughout the study area so that we were able to compare and see how our manipulation was changing as we look to, see, like, have that 2-degree increase in our flowers.
Okay, interesting. So moving on to the next question. In general, how do you foresee warming temperatures and climatic changes to continue to affect bee populations and foraging patterns in urban areas? I know we briefly touched on that, but yeah, what do you think are the most important things we can do in order to minimize any negative impacts? Like, what can we as the public do?
Yeah, so how do I foresee the warming temperatures and climatic changes and their effect on bee populations? So as temperature increases due to the synergistic effects of climate change and the urban heat island effect, bees are going to increasingly struggle to do their necessary functions. The increased heat is going to act as a filter for our bee species in Canada. And out of the over 400 bees within, our rural Ontario spaces, for example, many could be extirpated from our communities and leaving us without the necessary pollinators, which has a huge impact for humans and animals alike. And I think that beyond the need for systematic changes to limit the consistent degradation of our ecosystems that is in turn resulting in climate change and among other many big issues, there are small scale things that we can do to support our pollinators. So my research specifically highlighted the importance of high floral density. So high floral density seems to help mitigate the impact of extreme temperatures on bees. So just having increasing access to blooms for them to feed on, so that as they go through, they're able to select blooms that serve them and their thermal needs rather than being isolated to flowers that they have to go out of that thermal range for them to feed on, is really important. Okay. And then one of the biggest things overall is just to provide more green space. So green spaces provide cooling effects in comparison to the gray infrastructure counterparts. And this is beneficial not only to our bees, but also to humans. And it's shown time and time again that green spaces have physiological benefits for humans and also mental benefits for us, as it improves our mental health to be in these green spaces. Right. And yeah, we're all going to need the cooling effects of green spaces, so we might as well amp them up.
Yeah. And I was just going to jump in just because you mentioned I guess it's kind of relevant, but the urban heat island effect, and just so for people who don't really know what that is, correct me if I'm mistaken, but it's when it's just kind of in more urban areas, we see hotter temperatures as opposed to like more forested spaces, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really something that's more seen in the night. So urban centers retain additional heat in comparison to our green spaces.
Right. Okay. Yeah. And I mean, like even with kind of incorporating, more forested spaces into urban areas, that'll, not only affect, positively affect our bee populations, but also reduce the urban heat island effect. So it also cool off the urban areas, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah. Do you have any other kind of important things that we as the public should know in order to minimize any negative impacts?
I think that just, making availability for green spaces and floral resources for bees is really important. And that can be as small as including access to spaces in your backyard or advocating for the addition of green roofs in your condo community, if you're more in an urban space. There's lots of resources online that talk about bee hotels, and you can obviously get into those kinds of resources. But again, as I mentioned earlier, really just maintaining those natural spaces for bees to thrive in. So, arid soil, trees, and bushes for them to continue their way of life is incredibly important.
Okay, awesome. That's great to know. Thank you, Charlotte.
Yep.
And then on another note, so you worked for many different environmental organizations and have a lot of experience in environmental communication. So what do you think are some key differences and key commonalities in how environmental protection is portrayed to the public? In your opinion, is there any area that environmental advocacy organizations need to focus more on, or that they're lacking, or what should be the focus in your opinion?
Yeah, so I have done a lot of environmental communication as well as working on the science side, because I really do believe that science without accessible communication lacks a lot of purpose. Science for the purpose of science isn't going to create change, and it's going to create some kind of barrier between people and learning about the systems that work around them. So I think that it's incredibly important, and it is done in a lot of different ways. So there's a lot of differences based off of the organization and context, but there are quite a few commonalities. So in terms of differences, beyond, the typical subject matter and area of focus that each organization is going to hold within their community, one big thing that I see is the messaging tone. So a lot of organizations vary their tone of messaging. So, they could have an alarmist tone or an optimistic tone. And that just has a lot to do with the subject matter and the target audience that they are looking to engage with. So, things like demographics, interests, and values are all going to impact how that messaging is portrayed to the public. I see a lot of messaging aimed at young adults that focus on the impacts of the climate change for future generations, as you see yourself in that information. And then there's other forms of communication to organizations such as business that really emphasizes the economic benefits of sustainability and kind of put that shiny look on the sustainability aspect. So there's just a lot of variance in how this information is communicated to the public. And I think that there's a time and place for all of it. And in terms of commonality, more and more, I would just like to say that there is an increasing emphasis on the science itself and making science increasingly interesting and losing the jargon that we need to do to present scientific evidence to support advocacy. And I really love seeing this trend of having the science first and foremost and really make it accessible and having people connect with that information. And a lot of this is shown through visuals and stories. So a lot of organizations that I have worked with have really spent a lot of time showing kind of the whole life cycle of an environmental advocacy campaign. And I think that that's another area that's really thriving, so that people feel more engaged with the action that the conservation group is doing, rather than just sending out a newsletter saying, we've done it, we've fixed this problem. People are able to identify the problem, be informed about it, and see the action that goes into it as the solution is met.
Yeah, and see the process more. Yeah, I agree. I feel like 5 to 10 years, even just with, it sounds silly, but even just with TikTok and increasing social media, you can see that science is becoming a lot more accessible. Like, even though there is still a lot of greenwashing and jargon out there, it's definitely is. It's really interesting to see, especially I feel like after COVID, it's just kind of ramped up, in my opinion, which is great.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that have led to this trend. I mean, I think a lot of us grew up with, Bill Nye the Science Guy, who is just, maybe the coolest person I've ever seen in my entire life. But more and more, with the introduction of online resources, especially social media and YouTube, you're able to really get a hands-on approach to these things that never used to be accessible. And that goes hand in hand with the increased education of our population. The proportion of people now receiving higher level science diplomas and master's degree is just exploding. So we just have more and more of a team to tackle these big problems that are coming our way. And you can really see, I had the opportunity to have a documentary made about my research through a grant program. And it's been a really great tool to communicate with the public about these bigger issues because, not everyone is going to read a 70-page thesis report, but people will watch a 5-minute documentary.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you kind of touched on that, like a lot of environmental communications is geared towards the younger generation, which I think is great, and I love that. Do you think there's any merit to really focusing on like the older generation, or do you think that's kind of maybe just like too far gone, or do you think just an even spread? Like what would your kind of be advice going forward for environmental advocacy organizations?
Yeah, I think environmental advocacy and environmental education is for everyone, and it needs to be for everyone if we're going to find a solution to the bigger problems. It's just a matter of having specialized communication for those groups, right? Like I mentioned a couple different forms of communication that one could take when you're reaching out to your target audience. And you just really have to be conscious of the differences in their goals and their values when you're communicating this information so that they can build a common connection with the information rather than feeling as if they're being left behind and they can't keep up with the environmental movement or they don't understand it. I think that just having a really comprehensive, multifaceted approach to advocacy and education is really the solution. We can't leave anyone behind or make people feel excluded. Science is for all and advocacy is for all.
That's true. Yeah, we have to work together if we want to figure this thing out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so moving on, in your opinion, based on where you work and all of that, what is the best way for the public to get involved and influence policy decisions in wildlife conservation?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go back to the last question just to kind of set this one up a bit. So I think that in terms of what environmental advocacy organizations may need to focus on or are lacking is I think that intersectionality could be more included in a lot of campaigns. So environmental issues are intrinsically interconnected with social justice, economic inequality, and other systematic issues. And environmental advocacy organizations have come like leaps and bounds in their work to benefit these intersectional perspectives. But I think that there's always more work to be done to these relationships to ensure that environmental solutions are equitable and inclusive. And this work is just going to bring, again, more groups of people into the environmental movement and make sure that all of our solutions are going to work for everyone and are not single-handedly going down a one-way street. Also, one thing that I wanted to talk about before I talk about what individuals can do and what advocacy and work that you can do yourself is that really as environmentalists and working in the environmental sphere, I think it's really important that we do focus on going after the groups who are creating the biggest proportion of the problem. So, according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, around 70% of our carbon dioxide emissions stem from just 100 companies worldwide. So this statistic really highlights that individual effort alone is not going to single-handedly solve the climate crisis. Mm-hmm. And while I am a huge advocate for self-sustainability, and I think that there's so much that an individual can do, I think that making individuals feel as if the weight of the world is on their single consumer shoulders is inaccurate. So I just like to preface that before I go into the, what an individual can do, because if you're listening to this podcast and you're involved in the environmental movement, I just want you to be able to give yourself that little bit of kudos. Mm-hmm. And while there's always more work to be done, there's a lot that you're already doing for yourself and making small changes.
Yeah, that's really great to touch on, because you're right. I feel like there is so much pressure even from growing up, just, do this, like to reduce your footprint and all that. And yes, that's important and do your part and try your best. But you're right. It's not the root of the issue. The root of the issue is, like carbon tax and going after those big corporate companies that have the highest emissions.
Yeah, definitely. I think that as someone who has spent, her whole adult life in the environmental sphere in different capacities, that environmental guilt is very easy to experience. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the best way for the public to be involved in wildlife conservation and, climate action. But just being able to do these things without the guilt of feeling the need to be perfect is really important.
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah, that's really, really good to touch on.
Yeah. So I can now get to your original question, Haley.
Perfect.
Sorry about that.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, that was definitely great to add. So thank you.
Yeah, to all the young environmentalists out there, progress is better than perfection. So, anyway, so in terms of what I think that the public can do to get involved, I think that there's so many avenues for how the public can participate in conservation work, and there's an option that fits for everyone. So if you don't find the way that works for you, then keep looking, keep reaching out to the people that have the options available to you, and you'll find something that's best suited to you. I think that the biggest thing is just to be educated on the issues, specifically those within your community. So like we were talking a little bit earlier, so there's short resources like short documentaries, social media, and other, online sources where you can become more familiar with the topics that are most impactful to you. I recommend looking into those close to home, but there's also a lot of information around the world in which you can get involved in as well. If you do want to be more hands-on, and you can do that in a lot of different ways, you can volunteer your yard for ecological monitoring. This is something that's done a lot in, I know for sure, Scarborough, where I did my research, and they do a lot of recording of species and ecological features within your backyard. You can also support environmental organizations monetarily, and you could also volunteer for citizen science projects. Through U of T, there's quite a few projects where you can volunteer to report on invasive species, ecological damage, or any other aspects within areas such as the ravines or, larger parks. So if you feel like you would really like to be out in nature and feel like you're making the impact, there's a lot of options available for you that I don't know if everyone knows about.
Yeah.
And then finally, and I think people hear it time and time again, but the best thing that you can do is vote. So once you're educated and you're feeling empowered about the environment, really the biggest thing you can do is fight and petition for those running for election to, satisfy those needs that you feel like you need in your community environmentally. There's a lot of resources that actually specifically focus on environmental politics. One of the resources I would recommend would be the 100 Debate Series, which is a cross-Canada program that actually brings together local officials who are running for office in smaller communities, where they only debate about online environmental issues. I did this when I was working with Wildlands League for multiple districts, and it's really interesting to see the different groups have to focus on environmental issues in that sense, and they're not allowed to switch to other topics. And you really get to be informed to the highest capacity when you're involved in projects like that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I have to second that. I mean, even I remember when I could first vote at 18, it was very daunting because I was like, I wasn't too involved in politics, and I just felt like I didn't want to make the wrong decision. And there was just a lot of pressure to vote which way. And then, but it's so true. Just, try and be informed. And it's so true. It's very crucial because just the smallest thing can make that difference in the fight against climate change. So I second that.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it feels like you can be disconnected from the process because you are just one person. But if you get involved and vote, then that can really, you can see the change that you want to see.
Yeah, for sure. I love that. Yeah, do you have any other advice for young aspiring environmentalists and, just the fight against climate change in general, or have you kind of said what you said?
I think that one theme that through my mentorship through the years that I always try to communicate with environmentalists is taking care of yourself is important as taking care of the planet. A lot of times, young environmentalists can feel, again, the weight of the world on their shoulders, and every decision that they make day to day can make or break big decisions. But in your fight to mitigate any environmental issue that you're pursuing, make sure that you have a sustainability plan for yourself and that you're taking care of yourself as you move through your career. The most successful environmentalists that I know are able to do their most effective work when they're taking care of themselves as well as the environment. So it's a big issue and can seem massive at times, but we're going to figure it out, and we're going to be able to, address any of the problems that you seek.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, even I had one professor in university, and she would always say after kind of a more, it was called climate change biology. That was the course she was teaching. And after a heavier class, she would always say, like, just go out, go for a walk in the forest, hug a tree, do something that'll just make you feel good, because we'll get through this.
Yeah, it's a heavy burden to carry, especially when you're starting out. You feel, you're learning all of these things and it's coming at you so rapid fire. But yeah, it's important to make sure that you have a sustainability plan for yourself as you go forward.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, do you have any other things you want to mention about bees or anything?
No, I think that I covered everything that I wanted to talk about today. I think that there are lots of resources that people can have access to. People are always free to reach out to me if they would like to learn more. But otherwise, thank you for having me today.
Of course. Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you for speaking with us and giving us some insight into how climate change is affecting bee populations and pollination events and everything in the environmental realm. So it's been a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you.
No problem.
So now we're going to move on to our question of the week. So here's a question from a listener. The Ministry of Natural Resources condones aerial spraying of the Vermilion Forest in Northern Ontario. How do we stop this? So I reached out to Ole Hendrickson, the chair of the Conservation Committee of Sierra Club Canada, and here's what he had to say. So herbicide spraying is ingrained in many forest management practices and can be difficult to stop at the local level. As first steps, self-education and ensuring you know exactly what points you want to bring to the public and to the individuals making decisions about spraying is the best way to assure maximum efficacy. To take action, it can be best to get in touch with the groups or individuals making this decision directly. So Mark Lockhart, who works at Vermilion Forest Management Company, would be great to get into contact with and to voice your concerns too. In their Sudbury Management Plan, it notes that aerial herbicide applications may be prescribed if competition levels from other vegetation is deemed to be significant enough to inhibit renewal success. And this is talking about if other vegetation is inhibiting renewal success of their primary species of concern, such as pines, spruces, and other conifers. Then aerial application would be used. This is also important to keep in mind whilst voicing opinions. Other effective ways would be campaigning and petitioning to get the federal governments to deregister forest herbicide use. Those are some points Ole sent to me on this. We do also have some resources on the issues with spraying and the use of herbicides on our website, sierraclub.ca. One particular article you might want to check out is Why We Need a Glyphosate Ban in Forestry.
Welcome to another episode of the Environment in Canada podcast, a podcast about the environment in Canada by Sierra Club Canada. I'm Jessica Murray, Sierra Club Canada's Ontario Director. Today, I am speaking with Leslie Ann St. Amour, who works at the intersection of Indigenous rights and environmental protection through her work with Raven Trust. Raven, which stands for Respecting Aboriginal Values and Environmental Needs, is a nonprofit organization that works with Indigenous nations to defend their land, water, rights, and culture with access to courts by raising legal defense funds. Leslie Ann is a lawyer who works at Raven as their campaigns director. She grew up in Eastern Ontario and is a member of the Bonachère Algonquin First Nations with both Algonquin and settler heritage. Today, we talk about some of the campaigns that Raven is working on and flesh out concepts like co-jurisdiction, UNDRIP, and how the law is one tool in a larger picture of truth and reconciliation in Canada. Before we begin, just a reminder that you can take action on environmental issues by visiting sierraclub.ca. We have tons of petitions, other actions and events, and regular new updates you can sign up for on the homepage. You can also find Sierra Club Canada on social media and wherever you listen to your podcasts. So Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, YouTube. Don't forget to click follow or subscribe so you can get the latest episodes from us. I hope you'll enjoy this conversation with Leslie Ann St. Amour. Hello, and welcome to Leslie Ann to The Environment in Canada, a podcast by Sierra Club Canada. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's so nice to see you again.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited.
So to start off, it would be great to just do some round of introductions. So get a sense of who you are, where you're calling from.
Totally. So my name is Leslie Ann St. Amour. I am currently the campaigns director for Raven, and I'm calling in from Victoria, BC. I am a lawyer by training. I spent several years in private practice before joining Raven. And when I was doing that, I was based out of Ontario, and I'm a member of the Bonachère Algonquin First Nation that's also based in Eastern Ontario. And so moving out to BC was a big move for me, and it's been really exciting.
That's great. How was it? How was the move moving from Eastern Ontario to BC?
It was hectic. I gave myself about 5 weeks from accepting the job to when I started, just because of other circumstance. And so I moved out sight unseen to my apartment, did a FaceTime viewing.
Wow.
Thank God I had a really good friend here who helped a lot with the move. Otherwise, would have been a lot more stressful.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, I'm glad that you had support during that because moving across the country is no small feat. That's amazing. Thanks for sharing that. Over to Raven. It'd be great for our listeners to get a sense of who Raven is, what they get up to.
Absolutely. So Raven is a charitable organization that has two focuses that are very intertwined. One is we fundraise and support Indigenous communities that are engaged in the legal system to protect their rights, their territory, and environmental protection. And along with that, we have a mandate that also includes public legal education. So we're sharing not only the stories of the nations that are in court in order to fundraise for them, but also to help people understand this process and why the legal system works the way it does and why nations might be reluctant to go this route and why is it so expensive and are there alternatives and all of those different things. We also have a really great resource called Home on Native Land that focuses not only on the law today, but a little bit of a historical review of the law and Indigenous peoples since contact that I think is really helpful for folks in understanding the context we're in today. So that's what we do. We currently have several different campaigns with different nations. We are working with the Healthsick Nation in BC, who are engaged in the court system in the aftermath of the Nathan Stewart oil spill in their territory. We're working with the Gitxaala Nation, who have been challenging the Mining Act in BC and the interpretation of BC's UNDRIP Act. We're working with several Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs who are taking Canada to court for not meeting the climate commitments Canada has legislated and how that is impacting their charter rights and their right to life, liberty, and security of the person. We're working with the Beaver Lake Cree Nation in Alberta, who are challenging the cumulative effects that have been happening in their territory and how they render their treaty rights essentially meaningless because they're not able to exercise those rights. We're working with a group of nations in Northern Ontario to support their challenge to the interpretation of Treaty 9 and arguing that that actually requires co-jurisdiction
of the land and the resources there. And we're always also looking at supporting what we call our intervener fund, where other nations can apply for funding to intervene in court cases where they may not be the main parties involved, but if they have a perspective the court needs to hear, we also support them in doing that.
Wow. There's so much going on there to kind of unpack and learn more about. So thank you for sharing all of that. And it's really, really, I think, inspiring to see. The Wet'suwet'en case has definitely been, at least in my world, I've seen that case very front and center, but it's so great to hear that there are so many other cases that are happening as well. I guess to do kind of like a broad stroke, what do you find, if any, is there kind of like a certain kind of pattern or thread that's going through these different cases?
So one of the threads that we really focus on maintaining is that when we support a case, not only are we looking for a case that has potential of success and meets our criteria in terms of relating to Indigenous sovereignty, Indigenous rights, and the environment, but we want to be supporting cases that have the potential to set precedent, because there's different ways of changing the laws in this country, and one of them is advocacy at Parliament and trying to convince the legislators to change the law. The other is the court system and setting a new precedent and changing the law that way. And so all of these cases have some aspect of the potential to set a precedent that will change the laws across the country. With the Wet'suwet'en case, it's actually really interesting because unlike in some of our cases that are a little more unique in their realm, this one is part of a movement of climate litigation we're seeing not only in Canada, but across the world right now. And it's a really great example of seeing the case law and precedents develop, because at the federal court level, the federal Crown argued that the case should be dismissed, that it didn't have a chance of succeeding and it shouldn't even go to a hearing. And it was appealed to the federal court, and the federal court of appeal, it was appealed to the federal court of appeal. And at that point, the federal court of appeal said, actually, this case does have a chance. We're going to send it back for a hearing. And this is really exciting because there were similar cases 10, 12 years ago that didn't have that second chance, that were dismissed before a hearing. But we're seeing the way the laws are changing and developing, and the courts are understanding the urgency of climate change more. Lawyers are able to build off of these unsuccessful cases and target their arguments better. And we're seeing change actually happen in a way that is really, really exciting. And because so many different people are bringing climate litigation right now here and across the world, it's a really exciting one to kind of be able to track in real time and see these changes. And it's really exciting. And I think that's really one of the common threads, is that look at changing the law, not just outcomes for a specific situation.
Sure. And you mentioned that 10, 12 years ago, this was something that was less likely to happen. And I'm curious to know, I have some ideas, but I'm curious to know what your opinion is as to what's changed in kind of the landscape for the judiciary for it to now be a little bit more open to hearing these sorts of cases.
So it's a couple of things, I think, one of which is quite technical, and it's how some of the arguments have been framed and also what laws have been passed in the meantime. Often the courts can only reflect on or can only judge laws that have been passed. Because of the way our separation of powers works, you can argue that the government should be doing something different, but the courts give the government a lot of discretion on how to do something because the courts aren't the elected body. And so the first time something similar to this was argued, there wasn't the wealth of climate-based legislation that existed to specifically challenge. They were challenging the fact that the government hadn't done these things. Whereas now they're able to say, well, actually, the government passed this legislation, but they're not fulfilling those obligations. And so It gives them something more tangible to challenge. I think we're also looking at a world in which there's better evidence, unfortunately, of the urgency of climate change, which I think really helps in a lot of these climate litigation cases, because it's hard to build an argument around this is what we think will happen. But unfortunately, now we can say this is what's happening.
Right.
And courts aren't unaware of changing public sentiment. I don't know that in these cases they've explicitly said this, but sometimes they do in revisiting cases. A really good example that I can think of off the top of my head that's kind of unrelated, but in the constitutional challenges around sex work, the courts did explicitly acknowledge that there had been a lot of societal change since they'd last seen a case looking at sex work. It had been about 30 or 40 years since they had. And they acknowledged that, and it gave them the opportunity to reconsider. And so they aren't unaware, and they are allowed to kind of match changing public sentiment.
Well, thank goodness for that, right? Yeah.
We'd be in a lot of trouble otherwise.
Yeah, for sure. Especially in Ontario, we've had our fair share. And I know Reclimate recently just came out with their kind of webinar summary on where Canada's at. And it was kind of worrying. I don't know if you tuned into it, but I was shocked. I mean, I think, people like you and I maybe kind of are in some sort of like bubble where we're like, oh, well, we're doing something, so everybody else must be too. And then so to hear that, the general public on the whole is even starting to question whether climate change is man-made is kind of like, oh, I really thought we were done talking about that. That's quite scary.
Yeah, it's so scary looking at things like that. And it's so scary as well because obviously climate change is an international problem. And so, our neighbors to the south have generally worse numbers than we do on those things. And we know how much of an impact culturally our shared border has. It's just, it is very scary. Not that I'm giving Canada a pass by saying that it is also an us problem, but I think we feed off of each other.
Sure. I want to circle back to one of the cases, if you could dive a little bit deeper, because I'm quite interested in this topic of co-jurisdiction and how that's going to work. Like, I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but co-jurisdiction is kind of like a really important stepping stone and when we look at the process of truth and reconciliation. So I'm curious to learn more about the case where co-jurisdiction is coming up as an issue and kind of whatever you can share about it, because I know oftentimes these cases are subject to sensitive information and stuff. But yeah, more information would be really, really cool.
Definitely. So this is the campaign we call our Breathing Lands campaign. And it's because a lot of the territory in Treaty 9 in Northern Ontario is these incredible peatlands that have been historically in Anishinaabe called the Breathing Lands. I can't remember off the top of my head their words for it, but that's the translation. And in this case, with Treaty 9, when it was negotiated, I know this is a podcast, so everyone else can't see me using air quotes, but I really do use that word a little bit tongue-in-cheek because it wasn't really negotiated. Representatives of the Crown, which in some cases showed up with a treaty already written, would talk a lot of talk and then make no changes to the actual written document. Not that in some ways it mattered because they didn't leave a copy of the written document with the nations who signed it in some cases. In many cases, the only translators available were ones hired by the Crown.
Right.
And so we have to wonder how reliable are those translations that were given to the nations, let alone, not even leaving necessarily a written copy, let alone a copy in their language. And so the oral promises that many of the First Nations received and have understood as being part of the treaty were not recorded in the written treaty. And as our understanding around treaties, particularly the numbered treaties in Canada, is developing in the legal world, we're recognizing that Canada can't just backtrack on the things it promised just because it didn't write them down. Because the nations, even though it's not written evidence, have oral traditions and evidence recorded in other ways of what those promises were. Because, and I think it's helpful to remember this isn't something that happened 300-400 years ago.
Right.
This happened less than 150 years ago. In many cases, these are somebody's grandparents or great-grandparents.
Right.
Stories that aren't even having to be passed down that far. And so we know that these discussions were had. We know that promises were made. And for the nations, they understood this as co-jurisdiction. They understood it as that they were going to be sharing the decision-making over the land. They were not giving up the land. They were promised they would be able to continue their way of life, that they would get to continue to exercise their rights on the land. Ontario interpreted it as, this is now our land. And these nations sometimes get a bit of a bad rap. And I say that because for many, many years, environmental groups really leaned into the idea of the noble savage when working with Indigenous folks. And this idea that Indigenous people will inherently always protect the land in the perfect way. And that's not necessarily true in the sense that some of the nations involved in this case may allow some resource development on their land. But they also have every right to engage in an economy that, unfortunately, is a capitalist economy. And so it's a little bit challenging for some people to get their head around, because this is one where we're not explicitly just saying we're going to protect all this land by supporting this co-jurisdiction case. But it's really important that we're going to return the decision-making power to the stewards of this land to let them make those decisions. Because if anybody, in my mind, is going to, well, if anyone has a right to benefit economically from this land, it's these nations. But it's also, some of these developments will probably happen. Some of the mining will happen, because I do understand that we live in a world where we rely on our computers and our smartphones, and I know those minerals are coming from somewhere. And I also don't want to be the person who exports all of that to other parts of the world. But if I'm going to trust anyone to do that, it will be these nations who understand their territory and have lived there for years and know how to do this in a way that's going to have the least impact. The example I gave someone recently is that in my nation, which is different from the Anishinaabe nations up north, but we do have some connections and cultural similarities. The sturgeon are considered a grandfather, and sturgeon are one of the species at risk that a lot of people talk about in Northern Ontario when looking at these projects. And I have a lot more faith in somebody who looks at a sturgeon as a grandfather to engage in this development, because you're not going to just evict your grandfather. You're going to ensure you're doing this work in a way that is good and can protect him and that allows him to continue to flourish. And I think it's those connections that are so important to recognize. I feel like I've gotten a little bit off topic from your question about co-jurisdiction, but I think I've answered some of it. Okay.
Keep going. I really love that. One of the major threads that I often see is like really connecting to nature in a way that is kin. Like that's kind of, I think, something that I've seen repeatedly throughout different First Nations groups. I'd love to know more about the story of the sturgeon, actually. Is there a story behind why sturgeon is grandfather?
From what I know, it's mostly just they're recognized as, because they're such an old creature and they have been around longer than we have. They're recognized as being a grandfather and wise and an elder in the world. And I'm sure other nations do have more stories about them. And I'm sure folks of my nation who are more knowledgeable might have other stories, but that's the teaching I've received, is that they are these ancient beings. And we knew that, and we recognize that and their wisdom.
I love that. And it kind of really drives home the fact that it's sometimes not necessarily whether a project goes ahead, but also how it's then implemented. So, this is a little bit also off topic, but like nuclear waste is a good example of one where people are like, oh, but it's fine. We'll just bury it in giant concrete tanks and whatever else. And for the most part, whether we could debate whether that will hold long term, but the reality is that when we actually go to complete these projects, that's not the protocol we follow anyways, right? So yeah, that's really kind of good to kind of delineate this idea of the noble savage, and the difference is in way that a Western perspective might carry out a project versus a First Nations band that is really so connected to the land. So. Thanks for sharing that.
Happy to, for sure.
So maybe we will circle back to co-jurisdiction now after that beautiful meandering path we just took together. And I'd be curious to know, when you think about co-jurisdiction and perhaps have these conversations with hereditary chiefs and so on, what does that look like in terms of actual practice? What would that look like in terms of how the relationship works between the federal crown and First Nations bands?
So it can look like a lot of different things. I don't know at this point how Treaty 9 wants it to look, but other nations that have engaged in modern treaty negotiations, for example, often develop some form of that. And some forms of what that can look like are quasi-independent management boards, for example. And I say quasi-independent because they'll have, for example, appointed members from government and from the First Nations. And it'll be that board that will make the decision on a project or a development. And that board will dictate, yes, no, under these conditions. And then the other governments will have to follow that. So it's not, it's kind of independent in that it gets to make its own decisions, but it's based on being appointed members from both.
Right.
Other avenues I've seen are, so one example I can speak to is often when looking at jurisdiction and management of provincial or national parks is co-management plans where nation representatives and the government representatives in charge of managing that park will sit down and develop the 10, 15-year management plan for that park together. Decisions being made about the park are made by this group who generally try to operate towards consensus. I'm sure they have their own protocol for if they really can't reach consensus and it's imminent, something has to happen. But generally with co-management structures, the idea is to get to something everyone is good with. Sometimes it's in land claim agreements, there will be different classifications of land. So the modern treaty in the Yukon, I believe, is one example of this, where they have different, I think it's class A, B, and C land, where class A land, I think, is the one where the First Nations need to consent to anything happening in it. Class B is a very high level of consultation is required. And then class C is just standard law applies. There's no heightened requirements. And it's with the idea of being the nations in their negotiation were able to say, these areas are particularly sensitive. We need to consent to anything happening there. These areas are not necessarily culturally or environmentally sensitive, but we use them and we want to have a say. And lands that aren't particularly extra special for any reason, and we'd like to know what's happening, but it might be ones that we feel we don't need to be as involved with. And so those are some of the co-jurisdiction structures that I've seen. But I like to remind people that being a lawyer, I work in this world where everyone's go to court, win. But even just starting a court case can open the door to negotiations.
Right.
And negotiations are fun because you can be so creative. You can make things up if you want. It doesn't have to have been done before.
Right.
And sometimes being creative and being willing to really think outside the box can work really well. And so it's just being willing to, I mean, this requires negotiators on all sides who are willing to do this, but it's sometimes you'll get better results than you might have got through a winning court, because a court can only kind of order specific things within their jurisdiction, but in negotiations, you can do anything. And so I think it's also really important to reframe what is a winner, what isn't.
Sure.
But sometimes these negotiations can also be really effective and really exciting.
Can you share kind of an example of where like a really creative solution or idea that came out of a negotiation that really worked for everybody?
Well, I mean, one of the things I'll point to is just that, like, everything I just talked about came out of negotiations.
Like those structures for co-governance.
Yeah. The Yukon one was the first of its kind when they developed that, at least as far as I know. And there's other structures I've seen as well that have come out of things that are really, really interesting. Not always negotiations coming out of a court process, but one of my favorites in BC is there was a group of nations who were working on protection of the caribou and implementing different measures to protect the caribou herd in their area and to boost the population. And it became logistically challenging to be managing that through the structures of their nations, just because of the coordination and wanting to access funding and who does the funding go to. And so the nations just created a nonprofit that is in charge of this caribou herd. And the nonprofit is governed by representatives from the nations involved, and they can receive funding. I first discovered this because I wrote a paper in law school about how conservation is actually more effective statistically when you take into account Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous teachings. And that's how they were leading their conservation work with these caribou. And it was actually more effective than government-led conservation that was focused just on Western science. And so that to me was a really exciting one of these nations seeing what they were doing was working and saying, okay, how do we set this up in a way that lets us continue to do this? And okay, this nonprofit structure exists in Western law. Let's use that. It allows them to continue to do this work in their way.
That's pretty inspiring. And I'm sure, it makes me think of kind of like, it's kind of tricky, because it's like, you have to kind of be inside the system to kind of reap the benefits of the system. And there's like a tension in there that I find where, and maybe this is where in some ways, like there's some thoughts that are attached to the noble savage and this kind of romanticism of how things were and whether we should just revert back to it. But it's really cool to kind of hear a story of people that can move forward in the system that already exists.
Yeah, it is definitely a challenge, but I think there's a lot of potential. Another place lately we're sometimes seeing that challenge is with the development of land trusts. I have a good friend who works for a nonprofit it's called the Nature-Based Solutions Foundation. And what they try to do is protect sensitive ecosystems. And they often work with nations to assist nations in being able to identify sensitive ecosystems and either lease the land, privately buy the land, gain control over the land to be able to protect that ecosystem, as well as finding alternative economic solutions for the area, particularly if it's a logging area and they're removing land from the logging potential. How can they fill that economic gap? But it's interesting because in talking with her, something they've run up against is nations can't always hold land in trust, because a lot of the land trust legislation and conservation area legislation isn't set up in a way where it's easy to give that land to a First Nation. And so these nations are often having to set up a nonprofit trust just to hold this land, which is so problematic and like convoluted and kind of just bureaucracy on bureaucracy.
Yeah.
And so it's interesting because part of what her organization does is they've started just developing this expertise in supporting First Nations, in setting up land trusts, just because it was a problem they were encountering so often. And so it's interesting because this nonprofit that's not really what they do has just had to develop this expertise to be able to support nations in doing this, which is just bizarre and frustrating. But at the same time, I commend her for saying, okay, this is a problem. I'm not going to make it the nation's problem. We're going to figure out how to do this and be able to just give them the solution. But it's just bizarre. That's the issues that come in these systems intertwining.
Mm-hmm.
But I love when we're able to find these solutions and just find the ways to still make it work, because it would be so easy for nonprofits like hers to say, oh, well, we can't give the land to the First Nation. Give the land. If we can't put the land in the jurisdiction of the First Nation, we'll find another nonprofit who could hold it.
Right.
But they chose not to do that. And I think that's really important when you encounter these conflicts of systems.
Yeah, it's a really good example of finding like a creative solution. And I think I love kind of pointing at that, because sometimes people think of creativity as like painting or drawing, making music, which obviously are also forms of creativity. But I think, especially as I've gotten older, I really embrace this idea that creativity is like everything. It's like how we kind of see a way forward. It's how we learn to communicate. It's like what words do I choose to speak as I'm talking to you? Like all of that is creativity, right? And I love when we can find that creativity and strategies and solutions for things where it's like something that seems so kind of like monolithic and stuffy as like a law, But I think at the same time, I think I've reflected on the fact that law is far more dynamic than it sounds. Because it sounds really straightforward, right? It's like, oh, here's a book. Here's like kind of like a sheet and it's got all the rules on it and we follow it and we follow the rules. That's not quite how it works as well. So there's also a dynamism in legal work as well.
Absolutely. And I think it's in the daily work for some lawyers, it is, here's the book, here's the rules. One of my best friends is a tax lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he loves it, because there's right answers, because the rules are there. But in a lot of other fields of law, it's not like that. And I never anticipated being a lawyer in private practice for my entire career.
Mm-hmm.
The joke has always been that I went to law school not to understand the law, but to understand the loopholes, because I was always more interested in using the law as a tool and an option for advocacy than I was about the day-to-day of being a lawyer and advising a client on their specific case and repeat. And so how you change the law and how you build the law is all about picking cases that stretch the law a little bit more every time. And sometimes you'll lose, and that sucks and it hurts and it's sad, but you probably still move the law that little bit forward, even if you didn't win, because you need those unsuccessful cases that push things a little bit further before you get the one that wins and pushes it that step further.
Mm-hmm.
It's very much a standing on the shoulder of giants kind of moment, in that you're really building off of each other, and you need to be able to be creative about what kind of argument can I make that is enough within the realms of what is accepted law to not get totally thrown out. But how can I push it that little bit further? And how can I push it not so far it's totally outside of my client's interest, because they will lose right away.
Right.
But if they want to push the law a little bit further, where is that middle ground that we can hit? So it's definitely very dynamic.
Oh, I love that. There's so much there. But yeah, something that came up for me as you were speaking. Yeah, I think sometimes, especially in activism, we have this way of seeing events as like a discrete, separate thing. It's like, was it successful? Here were our goals. If we didn't meet them, it was unsuccessful. And then we kind of like continue to get more disheartened or feel kind of hopeless or despairing. But you're right. The reality is that everything that we do is a continuation of a huge history, you know, and so I think it's really important to have that expansive way of seeing time and seeing what we're trying to do. And I think that it's hard sometimes when people get really kind of the blinders on. And it's like, it's about this one case. And at the same time, obviously, like when it's the person sticking out their neck, it is their neck on the line, right? So it's kind of both, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's both kind of happening at the same time.
And it's something I really try to focus on with our team at Raven, because when nations we're working with who we've had these relationships with for years are unsuccessful, it's heartbreaking, but it's reminding our team, as well as to a degree these nations, that, you know, we didn't get exactly what we wanted, but here's the progress we did get. Here's the things in this decision that will help somebody else that only came about because of you, even if we didn't win, or we may not have won, but look how many people now know about what you're going through and want to help. We may not have won, but look at all the people we met along the way and look at all the other projects that have come about because of that. And for my sanity, at least, and my climate anxiety, it's really important that we recognize all of those types of wins, even if they aren't a win before the court.
Yeah, that's so important. And I love that you've used this word a few times in our conversation today, this idea of reframing. And I think even sometimes when you talk about law school, people go to law school and it's like, maybe you even have a very narrow idea of what you come out as. But I love that your perspective was that I'm going to have a tool, you know, like I haven't changed, but now I have a tool, you know, and I can do what I want with that tool. And so I think that's such an important thing to be able to have the flexibility to do, because I think sometimes we become almost dogmatic in our thinking, that it's like, this is the way and that's the only way and there's nowhere else to look, right? So I really love that from everything that you're sharing.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. I wanted to bring up UNDRIP and get a sense of kind of your sense of how, I mean, I think it's kind of still kind of early in how it's going to play out in the court system, but I'm curious to know what your opinion of it is in terms of it showing up in the court system and whether it's useful and all of that.
This is a really interesting question right now, because so our Gitcatla case was looking at BC's UNDRIP legislation, and it was the first case to take BC's version to court. And when it was introduced, BC made all these announcements and all these promises about making sure laws are in line with UNDRIP and making sure that they would make the necessary changes. And then in court, in the Gitcatla case, they argued the legislation was not enforceable, that it actually wasn't something that the courts could enforce, that it was just a statement of things the government would do, but they couldn't be held to account legally. And that kind of sucked, because it's, you have this the province saying all these great things, but then at the same time arguing, but you can't make us do it. We'll do it if we want, when we want.
Right.
The courts agreed with that. They agreed it was not enforceable. That is what Gitcatla is appealing on. They're appealing that that is not a correct interpretation of that law. So we don't know what will happen there. But it's also really interesting because after that BC decision, a few months later, we had the Supreme Court decision on C-92, which was a reference case in which Quebec in which the Quebec government brought forward a reference on the constitutionality of Indigenous child welfare legislation. And UNDRIP was brought up within the context of that case. And the Supreme Court said UNDRIP is now incorporated into domestic law in Canada. We don't really know what that will mean yet.
Right.
But that was kind of a big deal, because the act that Canada introduced saying we're going to take on UNDRIP had been in play for a couple of years, but we hadn't had a decision from the Supreme Court, the highest court, the court that all the other judges or all the other courts have to look to, saying, yeah, UNDRIP is Canadian law. And so there's always a question of what does that mean? How does that interact with our domestic UNDRIP laws? What do we actually have to follow? What don't we? How does that work? But that was a big first step to say, yep, it's law. This thing that you're arguing about in BC, that's your problem, but federally, it's incorporated. And so it's just a really interesting time because we've seen two courts take things very differently. And looking at different legislation, federal versus provincial legislation, but very different results. And in BC, at least, we now have overlapping results that are contradictory, but are both valid because one is federal law, one is provincial law. And so I really don't know what is going to happen.
Yeah,
is the answer. But it's a really interesting time to be looking at this because before C92, my answer would have been very different in terms of how I felt about this. I might have been more cynical.
Okay.
Based on that BC court decision. But I was really pleasantly surprised by the reference case and what the Supreme Court said. So I really don't know.
Yeah, I do have to, again, give kudos to our judiciary, who is, in some ways, one of the places that truth and reconciliation is really showing up in kind of an openness and tackling these new things. So that's really cool to be watching as well. Okay, we have a little bit of time left. I think I want to touch base on the Wet'suwet'en case. Can you share a little bit more about the prophecy, the story of the case, like what's going on there? And just in the context, like right now we're 2 weeks out from the RBC AGM. I know there's a lot of focus on Wet'suwet'en land defenders having their voice held there. So yeah, it's kind of timely to be thinking about this and sharing the story a bit more broadly.
Sure. So the prophecy you're referring to was shared during a webinar we had with the hereditary chiefs back in February, and it's available online if anyone would like to hear it. Many, many years ago, the Wet'suwet'en had a prophet whose name is Beanie. He said that when the last glacier near the village in what is now in the Smithers area, when the last glacier melted, the world would catch on fire. This was shared in the context of these hereditary chiefs are seeing their glacier melt year by year. The prophecy is seemingly in progress. And I say seemingly because it hurts me to say that it's in progress, that our world is going to catch on fire. But it certainly does feel and seem that way. And this case is a little bit different than what a lot of people think about when they think about the Wet'suwet'en and their legal challenges. Is a lot of it is thinking about Coastal GasLink. And this case is not a direct challenge to the pipeline, but it came about because of that advocacy and because of that work. And with this case, the hereditary chiefs went to the federal court and argued and are saying that we cannot be Wet'suwet'en, we cannot exist here if Canada is not meeting their climate change obligations, because climate change will not allow us to live and exist here. They are arguing this under Section 7 of the Canadian Charter, which is your right to life, liberty, and security of the person. And they're talking about things like how they won't be able to feed themselves if the salmon stop running because of climate change, which they're already starting to see changes in the salmon population, particularly because of the increased water temperatures. They're seeing species they rely on for food, like bear and moose and caribou, change their populations and their habits. One of the hereditary chiefs, Smogulem, was talking about how earlier this year already during a warm spell, he saw a bear come out of hibernation that was not ready, and there was not food for it to eat, for it to rely on. And because it shouldn't have been coming out yet, because it shouldn't have been that warm. And it's the all of these impacts are making it difficult, and eventually it will be impossible to be Wet'suwet'en because their culture and their lives are so intertwined with their territory. You can't pass down knowledge to the youth on how to fish the salmon you rely on for food if there are no salmon. And so with this court challenge, they're arguing that because Canada did pass legislation around meeting the Paris Accord commitments, but are failing to fulfill that legislation, failing to meet those commitments, Canada has actually failing to protect their charter rights. And this is where it differs a little bit from some of the past climate legislation where it was saying Canada's just not acting. Here they have the ability to say Canada actually legislated commitments that it's not meeting. And so it's not fulfilling its own laws that would be protecting us. And that's how we see the law develop as we learn. This case is also really exciting because there's another climate challenge from a group of youth happening in the federal courts, which is the LaRose case. And it's being heard alongside this because the federal government also tried to have that case dismissed before a hearing. So they were heard together at the federal court. And so that case also had life breathed back into it. And there's actually the nephew of some of the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs is actually one of the plaintiffs in LaRose.
Oh, wow.
And so it's a really great reminder that there's this Wet'suwet'en-based challenge and there's this youth challenge. But we're not separate. We're all related. We're all interrelated. And we're all working across all fronts to address this and to deal with climate change, which is, I think, like a really beautiful reminder because in the law, so often it's this case is different from this case is different from this case. But it's nice to see that we're all connected. We're all related as we do this work.
Yeah, I really find I don't know if it's just the narrative in general public now, but I feel like intersectionality as a word comes up for me a lot now. It's like, it's so hard to not, when we're looking at the environment, and especially when we're talking about human populations, to then divorce from their social issues. And they're all kind of intertwined. And it's really interesting because I think there's an old school of thought that's like, oh, well, stay in your lane. And it's funny because it's also beautiful that I think there's a new kind of generation of activism here where we can see those connections, the hyperconnectivity, where it's like it's all related. The world is not that big. We are all part of that same world, right? So, yeah, that's really, really cool to reflect on and to see those connections. I'd heard of LaRose, but I did not know the connection to what's happening in Wet'suwet'en with the hereditary chief. Really great that you were able to share that.
Yeah, and all my respect and props to the youth bringing that challenge because, it's hard to be the face of something like that. I think there's 13 or 14 youth, I think, and it's really incredible work that they're doing as well. And I think it's really important to also highlight that and speak about them.
Yeah, especially so sorely needed, I find these days. Ever since Greta came, it's been a bit more dampened since then from the youth. So to see some youth still kind of having that fight in them is really inspiring for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're pretty close to time. Are there any last kernels of wonderfulness that you'd like to bestow on our listeners before we say goodbye?
I think just if you want to learn more, Raven has some really, really great educational resources and pieces about different cases that are happening in the law. And I really encourage you to learn more because it's so helpful as an advocate or an activist to be able to understand the legal system. And I'm really deliberate in that I call it a legal system and not a justice system, because I think it's really important to remember that the law is a tool and it's not necessarily a tool for justice. It is working how it was designed to work by excluding Indigenous folks and by making protecting their lands and rights incredibly difficult. And so we can't be surprised we don't always win them. We are working in a system stacked against us, but the work is incredibly important. And even when we don't win, we are taking those steps forward, which I think is really helpful.
Mm-hmm. And I think what I'm going to take away from this call is also to kind of to really lean into creativity, that the legal system might not be the best avenue for justice, but there are other tools that can also help us build justice as well. And that it's not just like our imperative because we care, but also because it's a joy. It's a joy to create the world that we want to live in and to be healing the planet and ourselves. So thank you so much for sharing all of your knowledge with us. And I always love connecting with you. So thanks so much again.
Thank you so much for having me. It was a joy.
Je sais que j'ai grandi en pensant souvent que l'environnement, c'est un enjeu pour les personnes blanches parce que c'est un enjeu de riche. C'est un enjeu que quand tu as le temps de te poser, quand tu as la paix qu'on te traite pas d'une certaine manière, ben là, tu as le temps de prendre soin de quelque chose qui est extérieur à soi.
Bienvenue dans un nouvel épisode du podcast L'environnement au Canada, un podcast sur l'environnement au Canada réalisé par Sierra Club Canada. Je suis Diamond Ya, votre animatrice de podcast francophone à Sierra Club Canada. Aujourd'hui, je discute avec Lourdenie Jean, une jeune environnementaliste qui travaille sur les questions de justice sociale et les enjeux environnementaux. Elle a fondé l'organisme L'environnement, c'est intersectionnel en 2019. L'organisme met en lumière les liens entre les luttes de justice sociale et les luttes environnementales et milite pour les personnes qui sont le plus marginalisées par la crise climatique. Nous discuterons de l'intersectionnalité au sein du mouvement environnemental. Nous parlerons également de comment on peut créer un mouvement écologiste qui inclut réellement tout le monde et qui ne laisse personne derrière. Avant de commencer, je vous rappelle que vous pouvez agir en faveur de l'environnement sur notre site web sierraclub.ca. Nous avons beaucoup de pétitions, d'autres actions, d'événements et des mises à jour régulières auxquelles vous pouvez vous inscrire sur la page d'accueil. Vous pouvez également trouver Sierra Club Canada sur les réseaux sociaux et vous pouvez écouter l'environnement au Canada sur Harbinger Media Network, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio et YouTube et partout où vous pouvez trouver vos podcasts habituellement. Ce podcast est également diffusé sur CKUT Broadcast Radio à Montréal au 90.3 FM toutes les 2 semaines. N'oubliez pas de nous suivre et de vous abonner pour recevoir leur dernier épisode. Bonjour Lourdenie et bienvenue au podcast d'environnement au Canada. Est-ce que tu peux te présenter un peu pour notre auditoire?
Oui, bonjour, merci de me recevoir. Dans le fond, moi, je m'appelle Lourdenie Jean, je suis la fondatrice de la plateforme L'environnement, c'est intersectionnel. Puis là, dans le fond, c'est me présenter moi, c'est ça. Oui, dans le fond, moi, je suis une organisatrice communautaire depuis environ 8 ans. Donc, mon parcours dans le secteur communautaire a commencé... j'ai commencé à m'intéresser aux enjeux sociaux à travers mon parcours académique. Donc, j'ai étudié en sciences humaines. C'est là que j'ai commencé à avoir mes cours de sociologie, puis ça m'a comme vraiment éclairé sur le vocabulaire qui existe dans le fond pour décrire les enjeux sociaux, puis plusieurs de mes réalités. Fait que de là étant, j'ai commencé à travailler dans le secteur communautaire à travers pour plusieurs enjeux, que ce soit l'éducation sexuelle, des enjeux de personnes en situation de handicap, etc. Puis c'est ça, à partir de là, j'ai vraiment grandi dans mes connaissances sur les terrains, comment appliquer la justice à différentes échelles. Puis à partir de là, c'est là que j'ai comme voulu plus faire le lien avec les enjeux environnementaux. Et j'ai fondé l'environnement intersectionnel en 2019. Puis un autre côté là qui anime beaucoup, puis je fais beaucoup partie de ce que je crée aussi, c'est mon côté artistique. Donc, je suis aussi autrice, comédienne, chanteuse et artiste visuelle.
Oui, est-ce que tu pourrais nous dire pourquoi est-ce que tu as commencé l'environnement, c'est intersectionnel?
Oui, ben c'est ça. Comme je te disais, j'ai commencé d'abord à m'intéresser surtout aux enjeux sociaux. Donc, c'est vrai que ça a été un peu plus lent, entre guillemets, pour moi de faire les ponts entre enjeux sociaux et enjeux environnementaux. Mais je dis souvent que l'ECI, c'est comme ça là que je raccourcis l'environnement, c'est intersectionnel. Donc, je dis souvent que l'ECI, c'est né un peu à partir d'une frustration, si on veut, parce que je commençais à être quand même assez engagée du côté surtout afro-féministe de Montréal. Puis, je remarquais qu'il y avait plusieurs enjeux sociaux qui étaient pas vraiment adressés dans la lutte environnementale au Québec. Puis, tu sais, c'était comme une période, là, mettons, en 2017-2018, c'était une période qu'il commençait à avoir, tu sais, c'était une de ces vagues où est-ce qu'il recommençait à avoir de l'intérêt, là, pour les enjeux environnementaux. Et je trouvais qu'il y avait vraiment un manque de parler même d'à quel point le mouvement est très peu diversifié, puis de qui sont les classes qui sont au point en sorte qu'on est dans cette crise-là. Donc, à travers cette frustration-là, entre guillemets, c'est là que je me suis dit qu'il fallait que je fasse quelque chose. Fait que c'est là que j'ai fondé l'ECI pour justement parler davantage de ces liens-là.
Quel genre de travail est-ce que l'ECI fait autant sur le terrain ou dans vos autres initiatives?
Dans le fond, l'ECI ça a commencé avec deux piliers à la mission, qui est la même aujourd'hui. Donc, le premier pilier de la mission, c'est d'être une plateforme d'éducation pour vulgariser justement ces liens-là entre les enjeux environnementaux et les enjeux sociaux qui sont pas normalisés comme ça. Donc, cette éducation populaire-là, elle se fait à travers les réseaux sociaux, elle se fait aussi à travers des invitations comme celle-ci, justement, où est-ce qu'on s'en invite sur des différentes plateformes pour parler de ça, et aussi beaucoup à travers soit des panels ou des ateliers que j'offre sur place, soit dans des écoles ou dans des organismes communautaires, etc. Donc ça, c'est le premier pilier là, de la mission qui prend quand même beaucoup de place dans l'œuvre de l'ECI. Puis l'autre pilier de la mission, c'est à micro-échelle de faire des initiatives, des projets qui tentent tant bien que mal de répondre à cette crise-là, justement, surtout dans un angle où est-ce que c'est de permettre de rendre accessible la nature à des communautés marginalisées et ou des alternatives de consommation. Donc, pourquoi est-ce que ça, je mets ça ensemble? C'est parce que, selon moi, souvent, avoir accès à la nature, c'est une façon d'avoir accès à des alternatives de consommation. Puis, un exemple de projet que je nomme souvent, qui vient résumer là, ce pilier-là de la mission, c'est en 2021-22, si je ne m'abuse, ou 2021 et 2020. Bref, je me souviens plus des années exactement, là, mais il y a quelques années de ça, j'ai fait une collaboration avec la ferme Les Jardins Lacou, ça s'appelle. Donc, c'est Black on farm, parce que eux autres, ils ont des légumes traditionnels. Dans la collaboration, j'ai donné gratuitement certains des paniers de légumes à des communautés, à des personnes noires et des personnes autochtones. Un peu dans une logique de permettre à ces communautés-là de reconnecter avec leur culture à travers la nourriture. Puis, en même temps, ce projet-là, on a close ce projet-là avec une visite que justement, avoir accès à la nature était lié avec l'accès à des consommations, des alternatives de consommation.
Est-ce que tu as mentionné les communautés noires et autochtones qui ont bénéficié de ce projet-là? Quelles sont les barrières d'accès à la nature et au mouvement environnemental pour les communautés noires et autochtones de ton expérience?
Oui, je vais commencer par parler de mon expérience. Tu sais, moi, je dis souvent que pour moi, le CI, j'essaie de toujours garder en tête Lourdenie de 8 ans dans ce que je crée comme contenu. Parce que je me souviens que quand j'étais plus jeune, il y avait un côté de moi qui avait à cœur les enjeux environnementaux, mais j'ai rapidement eu l'impression qu'il fallait que je choisisse entre les enjeux environnementaux et les enjeux racistes que je vivais déjà à cet âge. Par exemple, moi, j'ai toujours eu des cheveux naturels, donc juste comment est-ce que mes cheveux étaient traités à l'école et tout. Rapidement, j'ai senti que il y avait comme un côté identitaire que je devais défendre et protéger, puis que ça pouvait pas coexister avec la défense de l'environnement parce que on parlait tellement de l'environnement comme un enjeu externe en soi. Comme quoi que c'est quelque chose dont on prend soin qui n'est pas intrinsèquement lié à notre expérience. Et même au contraire, les humains font partie du problème. Donc, quand on fait partie d'une communauté qui est vulnérabilisée, qui vit des problèmes, c'est difficile de s'approprier ce message-là, de s'approprier le message que notre vie fait partie du problème, en guillemets, parce qu'on se dit, mais j'ai même pas d'argent, j'ai à peine d'argent pour survivre. comment ça est-ce que genre, moi-même, je fais partie de problèmes dans mon environnement? Fait que c'est pour ça que je sais que j'ai grandi en pensant souvent que, l'environnement, c'est un enjeu pour les personnes blanches, parce que c'est un enjeu de riche, c'est un enjeu que quand t'as le temps de te poser, quand t'as la paix qu'on te traite pas d'une certaine manière, ben là, t'as le temps de prendre soin de quelque chose qui est extérieur à soi. Donc, moi, je pense que pour mon expérience, du moins, ça a été vraiment mon plus gros obstacle pour m'approprier, pour faire partie du mouvement de l'environnemental. Puis, je sais que pour les personnes autochtones, ce que je nomme souvent aussi, c'est que eux autres, il y a comme un peu un enjeu inverse, si on veut, dans le sens où eux autres se considèrent comme plusieurs traditions autochtones voient vraiment comme l'environnement comme ça fait partie de leur communauté, ils font partie de l'environnement, ils sont un avec la nature, mais on tente de les séparer de leur habitat, on tente de les séparer de leur nature, de leur environnement. C'est comme leur propre moyen de vie est en danger. Tu sais, je parle souvent je donne souvent les exemples des communautés inuites, par exemple, que on les accusait que leur pêche était problématique, alors que leur façon de pêcher, c'est vraiment juste à échelle collective, là. C'est vraiment juste pour survivre. Ça n'a rien à voir avec la pêche commerciale, mais c'est comme mis au même niveau. Fait que le fait de pénaliser dans leur façon de survivre, ça joue sur littéralement leur capacité d'avoir une vie comme remplie et saine. Fait que je pense que c'est pas nécessairement les mêmes mécanismes, mais il y a quand même la même vision derrière qui est de pas prendre en considération comment les communautés peuvent être impactées par leur environnement. Dans le mouvement environnemental, il y a cette façon de parler de l'environnement comme un enjeu externe aux humains, qui, selon moi, fait partie des plus gros obstacles pour que les communautés racisées, notamment, peuvent se l'approprier.
Donc, tu as mentionné plus tôt que beaucoup de gens ne sont pas très informés sur le lien entre les enjeux de justice sociale et les enjeux environnementaux. Donc, est-ce que tu peux expliquer un peu c'est quoi le lien entre les deux?
Oui, mais je pense que dans les liens qu'on peut faire entre enjeux environnementaux et enjeux sociaux, c'est déjà de comprendre, tu sais, c'est quoi l'environnement. L'environnement, c'est dans quel environnement, littéralement, on évolue. Puis, comment est-ce que ces cadres-là sont décidés? Donc, quand on pense à un quartier, par exemple, c'est sûr que moi, j'ai grandi à Montréal et en banlieue de Montréal, donc c'est sûr que c'est vraiment une réalité à laquelle je pense beaucoup. Mais comment est-ce qu'un quartier se construit? C'est quoi les barèmes historiques? Font en sorte qu'un quartier est construit et qui décide de quelle communauté va habiter là? Mais ça, c'est tous des enjeux qui font partie de la justice environnementale ou l'injustice environnementale plutôt, parce que ça va être les mêmes classes qui vont s'occuper de ces emplacements-là que les classes populaires qui vont faire de la pollution. Puis les classes populaires, quand on parle de classes populaires, par exemple les politiciens, politiciennes, pas avoir tendance à porter la même attention, le même souci de care pour des quartiers qui sont habités par des personnes qui ont moins de pouvoir politique que des quartiers qui sont habités par des personnes, par exemple, majoritairement blanches, riches, etc. Donc, quand on pense l'environnement à travers cette lentille-là, comme plutôt que de juste penser à la nature, mais de vraiment plutôt penser à qui construit notre extérieur, qui construit notre réalité, parce que si on pense à la nourriture aussi, ça fait partie de ça. Ben, c'est là qu'on peut voir plus facilement les liens entre lutte sociale et lutte environnementale. Peut-être un autre exemple que je pourrais te donner, je sais que pendant la pandémie, la COVID, c'était un enjeu de racisme environnemental parce que les principales personnes qui étaient soignantes, il y avait comme une surreprésentation de femmes et de personnes racisées. Puis, plus on avance dans les avancées scientifiques, plus on remarque qu'il y a un lien entre la crise climatique et l'apparition de virus comme la COVID. Puis donc, on peut se demander comment est-ce que notre réponse à ces enjeux-là, les personnes qui sont les plus vulnérabilisées, c'est comme une forme d'exposition de ces communautés-là. Donc, là, je viens de réaliser, là, j'ai parlé de racisme environnemental sans le définir. Fait que je sais pas si tu veux que je le définisse, mais...
Oui, vas-y.
Ouais. Mais dans le fond, le racisme environnemental, c'est de remarquer que les communautés racisées, donc les personnes de la diversité culturelle, vont recevoir davantage de plein fouet les enjeux en lien avec la pollution, dans le fond, sans nécessairement être les personnes qui la causent. Puis souvent, quand on parle de racisme environnemental, on va penser surtout à les quartiers, justement, comme par exemple, où est-ce qu'on met les industries polluantes, on va les mettre souvent plus proches des quartiers à pied. Puis moi, j'aime dire que cette partie du racisme environnemental, c'est le cœur de ce que, tu sais, c'est comme ça qu'on a développé ce concept-là. Mais je pense que c'est plus grand que juste les industries polluantes, où est-ce qu'elles sont, mais que c'est aussi, justement, les personnes qui sont le plus exposées aux conséquences de l'inaction climatique. Puis, si je reviens à mon exemple de la COVID, l'inaction face à la COVID, c'est surtout les personnes migrantes qui l'ont vécu de plein fouet. Fait que, selon moi, ça fait partie un peu du même mécanisme.
Donc, ça enchaîne très bien avec ma prochaine question, qui est: quelles sont, selon toi, les lacunes en matière d'intersectionnalité du mouvement environnemental?
Les lacunes, selon moi, du mouvement environnemental en intersectionnalité, je pense que dans le mouvement, on a encore de la difficulté à entrecroiser les questionnements de réparation historique avec, justement, la crise climatique. Dans le sens où, tu sais, je sais souvent quand je donne des ateliers, souvent c'est vraiment bien reçu, le contenu que je donne, mais je sais que là où il va avoir de la difficulté vraiment à assimiler l'information, c'est qu'est-ce qu'on fait à partir de là, puis comment qu'on le fait d'une façon que ça répond aux besoins de tous. Puis je pense qu'on a de la difficulté à comprendre que répondre aux besoins de tous, d'un point de vue climatique, ça passe par réparer là où il y a eu le plus de tort dans l'histoire. Je vais donner un exemple. Il y a plusieurs mouvements qui parlent de comment est-ce que Land Back, qui est un mouvement autochtone pour justement que les territoires de la couronne sont enfin redonnés à la souveraineté autochtone. Tu sais, il y en a plusieurs qui parlent de comment est-ce que Land Back, ça ferait partie d'une solution climatique parce que plusieurs des communautés, leur but, c'est que si les territoires puissent rester pérennes et puissent faire partie de la société d'une façon que ça dure jusqu'à cette génération, tu sais. Mais on dirait qu'on a de la difficulté à voir que ça serait bon pour tout le monde et pas juste les personnes autochtones. Tu sais, comme on dirait qu'on a de la difficulté à comprendre comment est-ce que réparer les torts de l'histoire, c'est pas juste pour les personnes qui ont vécu l'histoire, mais c'est pour vraiment tout le monde. Puis justement, un projet comme le projet que vous faites, dont j'ai parlé tout, je sais que des fois, ce projet-là, vu que c'est non mixte, on dirait il y a de la difficulté à comprendre comment est-ce que de faire des solutions comme ça à grande échelle aiderait tout le monde. Mais moi, j'y crois sincèrement. J'aime souvent parler en images. Quand parler d'intersectionnalité, c'est comme parler d'ascenseur versus escalier. Tu sais, les escaliers, c'est pas accessible pour tout le monde. C'est pas tout le monde qui peut monter des escaliers, alors que l'ascenseur, c'est accessible pour tous, même pour les personnes qui sont à mobilité réduite. Puis c'est pas juste une solution pour les personnes à mobilité réduite. Au final, l'ascenseur, ça fait partie de la société et ça répond à un besoin pour tout le monde. Fait que je le vois un peu de la même façon quand on parle de solutions plutôt. C'est que faut comprendre qu'on a besoin de trouver des ascenseurs. On a besoin de créer des ascenseurs, là, si on reste dans l'image, pour la crise climatique, qui seront des réparations pour les communautés qui ont été blessées, qui prendront principalement en compte ces communautés-là, mais qui viendra répondre aux enjeux de tout le monde. Puis c'est ça, je pense que cette perspective-là est encore complexe là, dans le mouvement environnemental à assimiler. Parce qu'on a l'impression que ça urge, fait qu'on a besoin de faire quelque chose vite pour tout le monde, alors que selon moi, répondre aux besoins de tout le monde, c'est répondre aux torts d'abord. Je sais pas si c'est là, mais ouais.
Oui, non, ça a du sens. Donc, tu as parlé plus tôt du mouvement Land Back. Donc, il y a beaucoup de personnes autochtones qui croient que la crise environnementale est due au colonialisme et au capitalisme. Donc, est-ce que selon toi, ça, c'est des idées qui sont acceptées par le mouvement environnemental? Ou est-ce que c'est encore quelque chose qui a de la difficulté à être assimilé par le mouvement environnemental?
Je pense que c'est encore difficilement assimilé dans le mouvement environnemental, mais pas au même niveau. Donc, dans le sens où je pense que le capitalisme, on l'identifie vraiment mieux. On identifie mieux comment est-ce que le capitalisme fait par problème. Surtout au fil des ans, là, depuis la création de l'environnement intersectionnel, je vois comme une amélioration dans cette identification-là. Mais je pense que le colonialisme, c'est reconnu, mais on n'explique pas vraiment comment le colonialisme fait pas problème. Je pense que c'est ça l'enjeu. Tu sais, le capitalisme, on nomme un peu plus comme le greenwashing fait partie du problème. Les ententes pétrolières qui sont des ententes pour générer des profits font partie du problème. Et ça, on accuse vraiment plus ces liens-là, alors que le colonialisme, c'est comme, on dit le colonialisme fait partie du problème, mais c'est comme, on rentre pas vraiment dans les mécanismes de, historiquement, comment ça fait partie du problème, et aujourd'hui, comment est-ce que ça continue d'être perpétué, tu sais, justement, dans la relation qu'on a avec les personnes autochtones, à l'échelle internationale aussi, comme, c'est ça que, moi, j'ai de la difficulté à pas parler de ce qui se passe en Palestine, quand on parle d'enjeux autochtones, parce que c'est ça, dans le fond, tu sais, comme on comprend pas que c'est la même chose, c'est juste qu'on le vit dans le présent, tu sais. Et il y a plein de liens à faire avec la crise environnementale parce que déjà une guerre c'est hyper polluant, mais en plus les raisons derrière, tu sais, c'est ça, c'est de s'accaparer des terres pour installer un mode de vie considéré plus moderne, mais qui dans le fond est hyper polluant, tu sais. Fait que c'est encore une fois les mêmes mécanismes qui sont moins nommés. J'ai envie de dire, si on reconnaît parfois que le colonialisme fait pas problème, on l'explique moins.
Selon toi, pourquoi est-ce que le colonialisme est moins expliqué comme une cause de la crise climatique?
Mais je pense que ça dérange vraiment plus, j'ai l'impression. Et justement, on le voit là, dans le traitement des personnes qui militent pour la Palestine. L'insécurité est vraiment mise à risque. Donc, il y a vraiment quelque chose qui vient déranger dans ce mécanisme-là davantage. Puis, tu sais, je parlais de comme le délai qu'on a dans comme reconnaître la place des réparations dans la crise climatique ou dans les solutions plutôt climatique. Ben, selon moi, ça va de pair avec le fait qu'on reconnaisse moins l'apport du colonialisme parce que on vient réparer ce qui s'est passé pendant les premières ères de colonisation. Je veux pas comme, tu sais, moi, je parle souvent de ma position en tant que personne noire. Puis, je parle souvent de comment est-ce que, des fois, la relation de personne noire avec la nature est vraiment plus frileuse. Puis, je nomme comment que ce qui peut expliquer ça en partie, c'est parce que nous-mêmes, on a comme déjà été considérés comme de la nature exploitable à travers l'esclavage. Tu sais, c'était ça au final. On était comme au même titre que les autres animaux et tout. Fait que depuis, on dirait qu'il y a comme quelque chose qui a été brisé, tu sais, pour plusieurs communautés noires dans notre relation avec la nature. Mais justement, si on prend pas comme le temps de réparer ça, ben c'est difficile de réparer la relation avec la nature. C'est difficile de réparer la crise climatique. Donc là, je me perds un peu dans ta question là, mais si je reviens, c'est ça. Pourquoi est-ce que c'est moins nommé ou moins expliqué? Je pense que c'est parce que ça vient comme chercher des douleurs historiques comme plus, c'est comme mon cherche. Ça vient chercher des douleurs historiques.
Profondes?
Ouais, profondes. Ouais, j'aime ça profond.
Donc, parlant de douleurs historiques, il y a beaucoup de personnes racisées qui historiquement ont été forcées d'immigrer et de venir au Canada à cause de crises climatiques causées par les désastres naturels ou la guerre ou le colonialisme dans leur pays d'origine. Et c'est encore le cas aujourd'hui où il y a beaucoup de personnes de pays majoritairement racisés qui immigrent au Canada à cause de crises climatiques causées par la guerre, le colonialisme, des désastres naturels, la crise climatique. Donc, comment est-ce que tu vois cet enjeu de migration-là dans un contexte d'environnementalisme intersectionnel?
Ouais, mais ça me fait beaucoup penser à... Tu sais, moi, j'ai écrit un texte dans le recueil 11 brefs essais sur la justice climatique. Puis, un des essais, c'est écrit par Schiste, qui parle justement de l'importance décoloniser, encore une fois, nos rapports avec les frontières dans un contexte de justice climatique, parce que, justement, c'est même libérateur d'abolir les frontières pour permettre aux personnes de rentrer, personnes qui fuient, justement, des catastrophes naturelles et tout. Quand je dis que c'est même pas libérateur, dans le sens où, selon moi, c'est à peine à base, parce que on continue encore à déstabiliser ces pays-là, tu sais. Donc, je pense que je vais même pas prétendre que d'avoir des statuts pour tous, ce serait la solution finale, mais je pense que ce serait déjà une bonne base, tu sais, de déconstruire cette relation-là, parce que, justement, c'est de prendre en considération que c'est l'histoire de, je vais dire, notre pays, I guess que je suis canadienne, là, mais tu sais, à différents niveaux, parce que justement, je fais partie aussi de personnes issues de l'immigration. Mais oui, c'est ça, de reconnaître que c'est le Canada qui est responsable pour beaucoup de personnes qui sont déstabilisées. Selon moi, déconstruire le rapport avec les statuts, c'est déjà juste un premier pas qui serait nécessaire, tu sais. Parce qu'au final, la vraie liberté, c'est que le Canada arrête de déstabiliser ces pays-là. Là. Comme c'est ça le but, selon moi. Mais pour revenir à ta question, je pense que dans un contexte environnemental, décolonisé, intersectionnel, ça prendrait davantage en considération la question des statuts. Parce que ça fait vraiment partie des choses qui vulnérabilisent considérablement des personnes. Tu sais, tantôt, je t'ai parlé de pendant la COVID. Ben, un autre point que j'ai pas adressé, c'est aussi, pendant la COVID, on a vraiment pris le temps de dénoncer les statuts temporaires que le Canada utilise massivement, surtout pour la production de notre nourriture ici. Donc, il y avait vraiment cette relation-là qu'on a avec les personnes à statut précaire pour produire massivement ici, pour rouler notre économie sans leur offrir une véritable sécurité en retour. Puis, c'est ça. Après, je sais que c'est pas tout le monde qui vit ici non plus. Je dis pas que tout le monde devrait absolument rester ici si c'est pas ce qu'elle désire, mais je pense que le point principal, c'est qu'il faut qu'on facilite for sure la possibilité de rester plutôt que l'inverse qu'on est un peu en train de faire en ce moment, t'sais, pour venir répondre à la crise climatique qu'on est en train de poser.
Donc, un autre point que j'aimerais toucher, c'est quelque chose que tu as mentionné un peu plus tôt dans notre entretien, c'est que le mouvement environnemental, c'est historiquement vu comme quelque chose qui est de la nature et qui est comme un peu séparé des humains. Donc, j'aimerais te poser une question sur le fait que au Québec, on a beaucoup d'espaces naturels et c'est très ancré dans la culture québécoise de profiter des espaces naturels, d'aller faire du camping, d'aller faire de la randonnée. Et que toi, tu penses que cette culture des espaces naturels au Québec, c'est intersectionnel?
Je pense pas que comment c'est fait au Québec, c'est intersectionnel, mais je pense qu'il y a de la place à ce que ça le soit davantage, parce que c'est ça, quand on dit, je pense que définitivement il y a comme une relation encore trop commerciale, encore trop capitaliste avec la façon de profiter des espaces verts, qui peut faire partie des mécanismes qui excluent justement des personnes marginalisées de ces espaces verts-là. Je pense notamment à il y a un été, là, je pense que c'était en 2021 ou en 2022, où est-ce que il y avait eu un démantèlement d'abris pour personnes sans abri pour faire de la place à des sites de camping. T'sais. Fait que il y a quand même quelque chose de très ironique là, dans ce geste-là qui parle selon moi de comment est-ce que c'est pas encore parfait comment est-ce qu'on veut profiter des espaces verts au Québec parce que c'est encore fait d'une façon qui est très réglementée, très structurée. Puis effectivement, je sais pas que la réglementation je pense que la sécurité c'est important, mais souvent cette sécurité-là, elle est prise, elle est songée d'une façon où est-ce que des personnes font partie du danger. C'est justement, il faut créer un espace sécuritaire, donc on exclut des personnes itinérantes. Il y a comme cette logique-là encore là, qui est vraiment présente dans comme les espaces verts au Québec, je trouve. Mais je vais saluer des pratiques qui veulent challenger ça, comme par exemple Routes to Roots. Excusez, j'ai comme hésité parce qu'ils viennent de changer le nom. Avant c'était Hype Montreal, mais maintenant c'est rendu Routes to Roots, if I'm not mistaken, qui est une initiative fondée par une femme noire pour justement un peu réparer cette relation-là dont je te parlais plutôt des personnes noires avec la nature. Et là c'est comme de façon le plus accessible possible c'est ouvert à plusieurs personnes, mais c'est sûr que c'est principalement ciblé les personnes noires pour que ce soit le plus accessible possible. Il y a aussi plein air interculturel qui est fondé par une femme blanche Adrienne qui s'appelle, et Jacqueline pour Routes to Dogs. Je vais dire leur nom tant qu'à faire. Encore plein air interculturel offre des cours de plein air justement été comme hiver à prix modeste, surtout pour des personnes issues de l'immigration, encore pour que ça serve justement d'outil d'intégration pour les personnes qui sont dans un nouvel environnement. Mais là au moins il y a comme cet outil-là qui leur permet de connaître leur nouvel environnement. Tu sais, il y a différentes initiatives du genre qui selon moi sont faites vraiment plus dans un angle intersectionnel, et ça c'est intéressant. Je pense que profiter des espaces verts, créer cette relation-là, ça peut faire partie de la solution. Mais définitivement, ça doit être déconstruit dans la façon qu'on l'encadre.
Qu'est-ce que tu crois que les décideurs, décideuses et les personnes au pouvoir au Québec peuvent faire pour que l'environnement, ça soit plus intersectionnel?
Si j'avais le pouvoir, il faut financer davantage, à mon sens, des initiatives vertes, mais quand je dis des initiatives vertes, c'est des initiatives qui prennent en considération la cohabitation de communautés à travers leur environnement. Je pense que ça peut vraiment répondre à beaucoup d'enjeux, parce que je pense que des fois, les initiatives vertes, quand elles sont enfin prises en considération par les décideurs et décideuses politiques, ça va être fait comme juste d'un point de vue externe, par exemple. Je pense à Valérie, tu sais, Valérie Plante, qui a vraiment été pionnière, là, dans le déplacement. Puis, je pense pas que j'ai pas une opinion fixe là-dessus, mais c'est externe aux gens, dans le sens où c'est pas rassembler des communautés à travers l'environnement. Je pense que ça devrait être plus pris en considération aussi dans ce que les décideuses décident de financer. Moi, je sais pas à quel point je peux être radicale là, dans mes réponses.
Vas-y, sens-toi libre.
Parce que c'est sûr que quand je dis refinancer, je veux pas, je pense à moi, j'aimerais que les décideuses prennent plus en considération le rassemblement de communautés à travers leur environnement. Puis ça, je pense que c'est vraiment une façon intersectionnelle de répondre à la fois à la crise climatique et aux enjeux sociaux, rendre accessible davantage des terrains, des jardins pour que les gens puissent se nourrir ensemble, etc. Puis se guérir ensemble et tout. Puis selon moi, ça, c'est à prioriser au-delà du financement des institutions qui font l'inverse, qui nous éloignent, comme la police. Donc, je pense qu'il y a comme un surfinancement d'initiatives qui nous éloignent, qui s'encadrent d'une façon étouffante. Pour moi, j'aimerais que les décideuses pensent plus à nous rassembler dans leurs priorités. Voilà.
Et j'aimerais aussi savoir, depuis que tu as fondé l'environnement intersectionnel, est-ce que tu as remarqué un changement au niveau de l'intersectionnalité du mouvement environnemental?
Pour vrai, c'était en 2019. Je sens que les enjeux sociaux sont plus pris en considération dans la lutte environnementale. J'aime croire que j'ai fait partie de ce mouvement-là aussi au Québec. Puis c'est ça, tu sais, j'ai fait partie du mouvement, là, genre, même à l'échelle, même au niveau canadien aussi, quand on pense au fait que il y a la loi contre le racisme environnemental qui a passé, bon là, à suivre, on va voir ce qui va se passer avec ça, mais il y a une avancée en ce sens qui me fait du bien. Après, c'est ça, je pense que il y a quelque chose dans l'application qui manque encore beaucoup. Je pense qu'on est comme rendu à reconnaître davantage les liens intersectionnels. Il y a une lacune dans la pratique.
Est-ce que tu peux élaborer un peu sur ces lacunes que tu vois dans la pratique?
Je pense que, par exemple, la loi que je viens de nommer, tu sais, elle a été votée. Il n'y a pas encore d'encadrement sur comment est-ce que on va pénaliser les gens qui empruntent cette loi-là. Les définitions sont pas encore très claires. Après, je sais que c'est un projet nouveau aussi. Fait que ça fait partie des portes concrets sur le manque d'application plus pratique. Il y a eu beaucoup de mouvements de mobilisation civile pour la Palestine. Donc ça, je pense qu'il y a quand même ces mouvements-là qui sont intéressants, qui ont été faits pour amener de l'attention, tu sais, amener de l'attention du public envers non seulement ces enjeux-là, mais comment est-ce que tous ces enjeux-là sont interreliés. Fait que ça, je trouve ça intéressant. Je trouve ça intéressant aussi l'utilisation des réseaux sociaux qui a été faite pour à la fois l'éducation populaire que le rassemblement, tu sais, ça fait partie des médiums utilisés pour informer les gens sur où aller avoir les manifestations, par exemple, etc. Donc ça, je trouve ça quand même intéressant. Et j'ai envie de dire que si je reviens aux lacunes qu'il peut y avoir parfois dans le mouvement, c'est peut-être plus par rapport à la pérennité de ces pratiques-là, justement. Je pense qu'on a eu des heures de sonner comme si je me mets en dehors de cette observation-là. Mais je pense qu'il y a vraiment un questionnement à faire au niveau du mouvement sur comment est-ce qu'on stabilise ces pratiques-là pour que ça sorte de la réactivité.
Donc, ça fait pas mal le tour de mes questions aujourd'hui. Donc, avant qu'on termine, est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose que tu juges qui est important à rajouter, mais dont on n'a pas encore parlé aujourd'hui?
Oh, c'est sûr. Oui, je dirais... Ouais, Ouais, peut-être j'ai envie de parler du rôle de l'individu parce que je pense que dans le mouvement environnemental, ça fait partie des débats beaucoup de comme c'est quoi, c'est comme dans le mouvement environnemental dit plus classique, on va souvent pointer du doigt c'est quoi l'action individuelle qu'une personne fait pour justement contrer à la crise climatique. Puis une des plus grandes critiques du mouvement environnemental classique, c'est justement cette attention-là portée aux actions individuelles. Moi, je sais que j'aime souvent parler de... en fait, non, j'en parle pas souvent, mais je pense souvent à comment, selon moi, c'est intéressant de se penser, de penser à comme quel choix qu'on peut faire à l'échelle individuelle pour faire partie d'un mouvement collectif. Tu sais, je pense qu'il y a comme cette façon-là que ça peut coexister ensemble, dans le sens où, définitivement, il n'y a aucune responsabilité individuelle qui va dépasser la responsabilité de la classe qui a du pouvoir sur l'état des lieux. À la fois, je pense que on peut toujours choisir sa collectivité dans nos choix individuels. Puis c'est intéressant de se donner ce devoir-là, pas nécessairement à s'en donner de l'anxiété puis à plus rien manger, mais comment est-ce qu'on peut se retrouver dans nos choix quotidiens, dans nos choix collectifs. Puis ça, c'est au-delà de juste la consommation, tu sais, c'est même aussi dans l'information, où est-ce qu'on va chercher notre information, parce que je pense que à la fois, c'est intéressant l'utilisation des réseaux sociaux, par exemple, pour s'informer. Je pense que c'est incomplet, tu sais. Je pense qu'il y a plusieurs médiums qui font partie de la solution, comme j'ai nommé le fait que je suis une artiste. Selon moi, les arts, notre façon de consommer les arts, ça fait partie de la solution aussi. Tout ça pour dire que, selon moi, c'est important. C'est intéressant de se questionner sur comment est-ce que, individuellement, on peut se choisir comme collectivité dans notre façon de consommer, dans notre façon de consommer les arts, et dans notre façon de s'informer. Voilà.
C'est bon. Merci beaucoup, Lourdenie.
Merci à toi.
The way that we have seen those interactions between human and nature have always come from the lens of colonialism, like exploitation, consumption, or even self-preservation. When we look in terms of climate work, for instance, that humans feel that because they have damaged the environment, that we must, quote unquote, save the environment in order to allow us to continue to appreciate it so that we can continue to see the beauty of the ecosystem, to be able to preserve animal species so they don't go extinct. But nature doesn't exist for humans to consume. Humans are part of that nature, but it's not for us to consume.
Welcome to another episode of the Environment in Canada podcast, a podcast about the environment by Sierra Club Canada. I am Diksha, the podcast co-host. Today we're looking at how climate research in Canada can move beyond extraction toward relationships that give back to the land and the communities we study. We'll explore how our views of nature shape the questions we ask, what drives people from awareness to action, and how policy can help Canadians and corporations make greener choices. Before we begin, just a reminder that you can take action on environmental issues by visiting sierraclub.ca. We have tons of petitions, other actions and events, and regular news updates you can sign up for on the homepage. You can also find Sierra Club Canada on social media, and you can listen to the Environment in Canada podcast on the Harbinger Media Network, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, and YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts. This podcast also airs on CKUT Broadcast Radio in Montreal, 90.3 FM, bi-weekly on Tuesdays at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Don't forget to click follow or subscribe so you can get the latest episodes from us. First, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge that something happened here, on the land I stand on, which is the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. With me today, I have Dr. Enoch Tse. I met Dr. Enoch at the Environmental Symposium at Center of Social Innovation, Toronto, and instantly I was drawn to his work, which draws on rethinking research and redesigning how we understand research. For those listening, my first question is, who are you and what do you do?
Thank you for having me, Diksha, for this opportunity. I'm really glad to be here. So, as you mentioned, my name is Enoch, and I am adjunct faculty at Adler University in the Master of Public Policy and Administration program. I teach community-based courses that includes community psychology, advocacy strategy and tactics. I also teach community development and also teach research methods as well. And for research methods specifically, my scholarship is on what's called post-colonial indigenous research paradigm. So basically, it's about taking a 2-eye seeing approach to research rather than looking at the traditional Euro-Western way of doing research. In my full-time career, I am a senior engineer at the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks with the Ontario Public Service. That's the job that pays all the bills. And I have been in the ministry for over 16 and a half years now, coming up 17 years. So my government career has made me want to study more about public policy. And that's why I went back to grad school for public policy and for public administration, even though that my undergrad is actually in engineering. So this is where I am as a result.
And it's really refreshing to see somebody that's working in the ministry look at climate work from a decolonial approach. I do want to first start by discussing how can climate research be reciprocal?
I think that it is important, first of all, to unpack when we talk about climate change, when we talk about research. I think it's important to first pack those terms, because typically when we think about climate change or climate, the dominant narrative in society is that we look at how human activities impact it. But it is important to see that climate also impacts us as well, right? So if the winter, which is coming up, if it gets longer or that it gets colder, then we need to use heat longer as a result. And we need to use more energy dense sources as a result, like natural gas or wood, right? So that in turns impact the environment because of what we burn. Or if in the summer, which just passed, if it's longer and if it's hotter, then we would have to use the AC longer. We also have to consume more water as a result to hydrate. So that also in turn impacts the environment. So I think it's important to look at climate in a relational aspect of it, climate change in a relational aspect. And then I think that it's also good to kind of reframe what research means. Typically, again, I go back to the dominant narrative that we have in societies that when we think about research, we think about it being a academic undertaking or some kind of a scientific undertaking. But I think that it's important to also look at research as something in our everyday lives. We look at the fact that the way that we interact with the environment is constant. Right? We never stop interacting with it. We always find ways to adapt, and we also find ways to address different issues as well. So if we look at research that way, we are no longer looking at it only from the lens of having a problem and then collecting data and then finding solutions and then disseminating. If we're looking at climate and then research together, I think it's good to look at it from the perspective of being local or situational rather than global. Because when we look at climate change, we think about global. We think about how the temperature changes over time globally. But it's important to look at it from a local situational perspective. And when we do that, we realize that we need to involve the local indigenous peoples more heavily in the design of the research, in the collection of the data, the organization of the data, the interpretation and the dissemination of the results. And when that happens, then the research would become more relevant to the local peoples, right? They can actually use the research. They can actually benefit from the research over time. So from that perspective, it will be more reciprocal rather than just the researcher going into an area and just extract the information, which sees the local indigenous people as being helpless or that they're not valuable in the design of the research, but they're actually heavily involved. In other words, they're being co-researchers. So I think that would be a good way to see research from a reciprocal lens.
And I think that's actually a really big problem right now, especially because the world globally, I think we're becoming more aware about climate change. And there are being policies that are formulated, but these policies are not correctly being implemented in local communities. For example, carbon offsetting. Carbon offsetting researches have been done in Canada in like a lot of different parts. One of them I know in like Alberta specifically. In dense forests, researchers are going in and seeing how much carbon a forest can capture so that it can be sold off as carbon credits. But what does the Indigenous community really get from it? And just as a question for this specific example, what would it look like for it to have been reciprocal, the research?
I think that it is important to, first of all, find out if the local peoples also see a problem at all. Because when we look at research, we tend to think about what is the problem. And if we know what the problem is, then we can find ways to resolve it, to find some kind of a causal relation that we can resolve the issue. But from a reciprocal perspective is that the people also have to say that there is a problem. They have to believe that there is a problem. So it's not up to the researchers to go in there and say that I think that this is the problem and that you can work with us on this because I think that there's a problem. Just because the researchers think it's a problem doesn't mean the local people think it's a problem. So I think that from that perspective, it's important to have a more two-eye seeing approach. That if they do believe that it's a problem, then they will also want to be heavily involved because they also want to resolve that. But if they don't see that as being a problem, then maybe there's no problem at all. Because it is important to understand too is that there is a lot of cultural context in the way that we understand climate change. And for many Indigenous communities around the world, they understand for the thousands of years, so tens of thousands of years that they have lived in their spaces. They have always understood how to be harmonious with the environment. And I think that that is an understanding that we need to respect, that we need to include as an equal consideration. We are not saying that Western science is not valid. We're not saying that. We are just no longer making it superior.
Yeah, and that brings me to the next point, which is that like we have different worldviews. There's differences in Western worldviews versus Indigenous worldviews. How do different worldviews about human nature relationship shape the kind of questions that we even think to ask?
I think that's the way we look at the human nature relationship that you speak of is rather colonial. I think that's because the way that we have seen those interactions between human nature have always come from the lens of colonialism, like exploitation, consumption, or even self-preservation. When we look in terms of climate work, for instance, that humans feel that because they have damaged the environment, that we must, quote unquote, save the environment in order to allow us to continue to appreciate it so that we can continue to see the beauty of the ecosystem, to be able to preserve animal species so they don't go extinct. But nature doesn't exist for humans to consume. Humans are part of that nature, but it's not for us to consume. At the same time, there's a lot of understanding that we need to save the environment so that the earth doesn't heat up too much that we are going to die. That's also from the lens of self-preservation, that we are not doing it because it's the right thing to do, it's because that we don't want to die, right? And I think that that perspective also shows that because there's a need for survival, that adds to the sense of urgency that we have to do it as quickly as possible, which is all very colonial thinking. So I think that when we have this kind of mindset, we put the human hubris at the forefront. One thing that I think it's important for all of us to understand is we are all naturally arrogant beings. Arrogance is actually natural in all of us. And the reason for that is we all grew up with assumptions. And those assumptions have been socialized to us, have been taught to us in school. And those assumptions tell us how the world works. And we hold on to those assumptions because that's the story that we have to believe in to work. So people tend to get defensive when you tell them something a little bit different, right? Yeah. So if you want to talk about the fact that you need to include Indigenous people more, it's easy to say, but to actually practice it, it's another matter. And for a lot of people, it becomes a bit of a difficult thing to pursue because the way that we look at climate change or climate research or, study anything related to climate, because we have so many programs studying climate, that we think we know better. The idea of meritocracy. I have a master's degree in environmental science, for instance. So I know what works. So I know better. So those assumptions that we have in us, either from the educational institutes or from home or from social media, whatever, they're set deeply into our subconsciousness. And because of that, we are naturally arrogant as a result. We get defensive. It's what's called narrative filters, that whenever we hear something that doesn't align with what we believe in, our filters go up so that whatever you want to tell me, for instance, it's not going to get through because I'm defensive about it. So that means that humility, which is the opposite of that, has to be learned. Humility is a learned behavior. And I think that with the hubris that we have, the arrogance that we have, it makes humans feel that they are saviors. They are there to save the environment. And this is why that we see so many tech out there. The idea of the carbon credit, for instance, right? That's one of them that you just mentioned. The other one would be, how do you absorb carbon from the air, right? We've seen that kind of tech.
Yeah. And it's almost like by doing things like carbon offsetting or carbon capture, now big companies just have license to pollute more. And the ways in which they are capturing it, it affects communities where they're capturing it. And it's not even proven science yet. They're trying all these new things in indigenous communities, and mostly consent is taken as like a checkbox. They ask an indigenous community for consent, but it's not relational. It's not that at some point the indigenous community can say, hey, we're not okay with this anymore. Like you're pumping carbon into our grounds. And if there is a leak, then the companies are not impacted, the communities are impacted. So there is no humility in research. I agree with that. You framing it as humility makes a lot of sense to me. But how do we practice that, not just on an individual scale, but on a larger scale?
That's a good point, because I think you mentioned about science. And I think that we tend to, for many people, especially if you're on a progressive side, we tend to see Western science as the end-all, be-all, to look at that, if this is what the Western science said, we have to follow this. Now, I'm not saying that that's wrong, but it is important to also see that science itself is biased, right? Because when the way that we put the data together quantitatively is also the way that we're telling a story. We're trying to tell a story, right? Even when you're looking at how that the Earth's temperature is moving up over a period of time, you are organizing the data in a way that you're trying to tell a story. So science is biased, but at the same time, we are being told to believe that as long as there are numbers and there's statistics, it must be objective, that they're neutral. Nothing is neutral. This is how we also need to look at research, is that research is not neutral. Okay? Research either upholds the hierarchies of power or disrupts it. So if we look at it from that perspective, it is important to see that Western science should not be the superior or the preference in how we see climate. But also we need to look at that there are cultural understanding embedded in the way that we see science. The way that we look at climate, there's a lot of cultural understanding behind. So when we do that, then we understand that the rest of the world, the global majority, have as much say about how we should look at climate as much as the Western science does. Okay, again, we are not saying that one is better than the other, but we are giving equal consideration. That's what the two-eyed seeing approach is about.
The two-eyed seeing approach is so interesting because unlike Western science, which tries to uphold a level of superiority, two-eyed seeing, it holds them in the same regard. Like you have to look at science through one eye and have like an indigenous understanding, which is a more like relational understanding with humans and nature in the other. But I'm curious, so what does that actually look like in research?
So I'm going to use an example that is not quite related to climate itself, but I can tell you as an example of how we can let's say, decolonize quantitative research, for instance, because a lot of the climate research is done quantitatively. Have you heard of the Podius-Mays test?
No, I have not.
So the Podius-Mays test is a test that was created to test African children in the 20th century. And the purpose of that test is to have a series of mazes varying in difficulties, and the children will be tested in how quickly they can go from the edge of the maze to the center of the maze. And because it varies in difficulties, they would be measured in terms of time, how long it takes for them to go from the edge to the center of the maze. Now, the rules of that test is that you cannot hit a blind alley. If you hit a blind alley, then you have to come back out, right? And then do it again. And so for a European child, for instance, they would be going back and forth between the edge of the maze to the center of the maze by keep trying. So it's very much of a try and error that they would trace it once, and then if it hits a blind alley, they come back out again, and then they try again, and then they come back out, and they try again until they hit to the center of the maze. That's what a European child would do. Whereas an African child would be going from the center, that they would not do anything. They would actually sit there and think about it for a while. Study the maze and think about it. And then they would put their pen on the maze. And then in one shot, no error, they go to the center of the maze.
How is that possible? Oh.
Because they think about it.
I see. Is the maze, I don't know why I was imagining this to be a life-sized maze where they're doing each thing. Or is it on paper?
It is on paper.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is on paper.
That clarifies it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And so from that perspective, because that it takes an African child longer because they have to think about it, and because that they measure it based on time, the European child would go to the center of the maze faster because it's just try and error, right? They'll get to the maze faster. So from that perspective, the European child would be more cognitively efficient, considered to be cognitively efficient because they get to the center quicker. That is where the colonial understanding of quantitative numbers and metrics that are used to measure are culturally biased, because many European children are not necessarily taught how to think critically, but they're taught to just do it. Just try it out. If you fail, just do it again. Try it differently. Do it again. Whereas many children in different parts of Africa are being taught to think critically first. Think about it first before you do anything. Think it through, right? So they have been socialized since they were very young to do this. So when we report the numbers, when we report the results, we can just report them, but we also include the relational aspect to explain how the cultural context explain the discrepancy. So if you're saying that someone can get to the maze faster because they're more cognitively efficient, well, that is quite culturally biased, because if someone is thinking critically and they do it once, shouldn't that also be cognitively efficient?
Yeah.
Right? So I'm just using that as an example. It depends on the context of the climate research that you want to do, is to understand what would be the relational aspect, what would be the embedded bias in the metrics that are being used to measure. For instance, a lot of the talk right now about climate change is how the global temperature rises, right? Yeah. That 1.5 degrees, 3 degrees, or whatever, and that the human's going to die because the ecological system is going to collapse. Well, where are you looking at? Because we also know that the global majority suffer from the effects of climate change more than the global north, right? So when we are looking at that 1.5 degrees, where is the severity? Or what is the cultural bias that's embedded in those numbers? When we are able to do that, then we can extract the information. When we present the information, when we present the data, when we disseminate, interpret the data, we also include the relational aspect of it. So relational axiology, relational epistemology, and relational ontology. That's when you can include how knowledge are produced, how they theorized, to include in the dissemination of the data. That's how you can decolonize quantitative rather than just looking at the metric and say, that is the golden standard and that is what you need to follow. And this is the reason why a lot of people, I find, especially people in the global majority, don't really believe in the science that you're saying because they are not being asked what they think about it. Their cultural understanding is not being taken into consideration. This is what I mean by the two-eye seeing approach, is that you are using the Western lens, but also you're looking at the global majority as well to explain the relational aspect.
And how important do you think is localized stewardship and localized understanding of the climate? Because right now, when we speak about climate change, like you said, it's in very big numbers, it's in very global scale, but that doesn't actually give any room for what needs to be done either. Instead, if climate research was understood within a local context, because it does exist in like local ecosystems throughout, which makes it global, but within the local ecosystem, if research is done locally and if the research can help the local ecosystem, and if that is done globally, then there's a global change.
Yeah, and that is actually a good point because you can look at it from a ripple effects perspective, that looking at the principle of interdependence is that when you change one aspect, there would be a ripple effect. So if you're doing something locally or situationally, there will be a ripple effect to other parts of the communities, to other parts of the world. And when we look at it this way, then we realize that it's much more reciprocal to include the local populations in it. Because when you're looking at it globally, then it becomes elitist. Because now they have to be only the people who are in the Western science or the academic or the scholars to theorize and to impose their understanding about climate to the rest of the population. I see that in the climate research, in many ways, in the field of climate change is rather monolithic, homogeneous, actually. That would be a better term, homogeneous. And we see that a lot in different social justice actions, that it can be homogeneous. But it is important to understand that other worldviews, whether they're from the Philippines or Indonesia or Tanzania, they are all equally relevant as the ones coming from Denmark.
We see a lot of push towards diversity now, but even access to opportunities is very varied by people's socioeconomic statuses, life in general. I find that a lot of the times we have people who cannot focus on climate because they're struggling to survive. Yeah.
And it is true that for most of us, and that goes back to the global aspect too, it is related to the advocacy part of it, because when we look at climate change, because it's so grand, it's so the scale is so global, like you said, people don't know what to do for the most part, right? They don't really understand how is my recycling going to improve the temperature of the earth, not going by 1.5 degrees. What does this have to do with that? When they don't see the connection, then the story doesn't make sense to them. Then it becomes meaningless. Because one thing that's really important in any kind of advocacy work, any kind of research, is that it has to make sense. It has to be meaningful. Whether it's true or not, the most important thing is meaningfulness. If people don't find something meaningful, they won't believe it, right? So this is the reason why that it's much more important to look at climate research from a local and situational aspect, and it's driven by the community. The research is driven and led and designed and executed by the community so that it's relevant to them, because it's not just some meritocratic person with a master's or a PhD going to tell the community what they should do or how they do it. They are the one who can make those decisions themselves.
And I know we talked just a little bit about technology and how that plays a part in the story of climate change. I would go so far as to say that even the evaluation and the assessment of climate tech needs to be decolonial.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, and I think that goes back to what I talked about. How do we need to decolonize qualitative research? Is that we have this dominant assumption that if we see numbers or if we see technology, that it must be neutral or that it must be objective. Nothing is objective. When we do research, we have to come up with the idea of inclusion criteria or exclusion criteria, that we have to make some kind of assumption that we cannot include these factors because it would impact the way that we do the research, or we have to exclude certain factors because we don't want them to impact the research. Well, real life doesn't work like that, right?
Yeah.
Real life you cannot exclude things or include things however you want. So when we do research that way, then how relevant is the outcome of that research? Because it's controlled. It's a controlled environment, whatever that is. So it doesn't become meaningful to the real life condition on the ground. So this is the reason why I go back to earlier, is that if we look at research as everyday life, then we realize that we cannot just exclude things however we want or include things however we want, because it's not supposed to be about us controlling the situation. We should be studying what's actually happening on the ground. So when we do that, we can look at research a little bit differently, then it becomes more relevant. And that goes with the tech as well. So when we look at climate research, for instance, instead of coming up with this inclusion exclusion criteria, work with the local peoples. What do they think? Do they see a problem?
And that's super applicable to the development of climate tech. Climate tech is really hot right now with different AI mechanisms that help, like building assessment for green energy. And it's very hot right now, but I don't know if a lot of the work is grounded in real problem with real people, or if they're just aimed to capitalize on a much larger problem, which is like global warming as a whole. Like if we just view that as a problem, I guess we can come up with multitudes of solutions, but what is it that the people on the ground need?
And I think that to your point there's another factor that we also need to consider is capitalism. That the climate tech that we see a lot these days, they have a money factor to it, right? There's a monetary factor into those technologies. So if they can sell those technology to countries or communities that want them, it is money being made. So the climate tech itself, it's a big industry, I would say. And it is really unfortunate because when we look at climate change, we cannot just look at climate change as a standalone problem. But there's also a lot of racism in the way that we look at climate change. There's a lot of capitalism in the way that we look at climate change. There's a lot of patriarchy in the way that we look at climate change. And unless we can also find ways to resolve those issues at the same time, it's really difficult to have any meaningful climate justice. Because we can talk about it, we can say that, oh yeah, we need to be more inclusive, that we need to be more equitable in involving communities. It's easier said than done because we grew up with a very supremacist system where you have to be educated, that you have to be male, you have to be of a certain social class probably, in order for your voice to be heard or to be taken seriously, right? So I think that in addition to climate, it is important to recognize that there are other isms also impact climate research ability to be equitable, to be meaningful.
I was just trying to remember this example where to do carbon offsets, Shell, which is like a big oil drilling company, is setting up projects near Cold Lake, but the population that lives there is predominantly indigenous. And to me, it doesn't fully make sense that Shell gets to say that they have net zero emissions when they're an oil drilling company. And the problem with that is the indigenous communities that are impacted by both the drilling and the offsetting face these systematic barriers that you just described.
And I think that a lot of these carbon credits or carbon offsets is based on the idea that if you emit this much, you plant so many trees or you do other things in order to kind of offset it. But they don't recognize the fact that young trees are not very good at absorbing carbon. It takes hundreds of years for the trees to get big in order to store carbon as much as you can. So we do want the old trees. We do want the big trees because they are the carbon, the true carbon storage. So when that happens, like you said, they're not being held accountable because they can just plant so many trees and they say, we're net zero.
And, Shell isn't a climate tech company. And some climate tech I really like because we already have so many existing infrastructures. We can't get rid of them, but we can make them green. And the technology exists. So if we're able to popularize it, I guess it's good in a way because at least the buildings that we live in right now won't be emitting as much carbon as they used to before.
Yeah. And I think that it goes back to what we talked about earlier in how we look at, I think the root cause here is that we have a very capitalistic and very colonial way of looking at our relationship with nature.
Yeah.
Right? So when we talk about how can we decolonize that view of that relationship, now when I say decolonizing, I'm not using it as a buzzword. There's actually a process. How do we decolonize that? And that has to do with going back to how we were before. So in my work in post-colonial indigenous research paradigm, there's a 5-step when it comes to decolonize. So to decolonize, the first one is to rediscover or recover. And then mourning, and then dreaming, and then commitment, and finally action. So what does that mean? Recovery means remembering what it was like before. Okay, so from a climate perspective, it is important for us to remember what was it like before when humans were able to live harmoniously with nature. What was it like? We didn't have as many people on the planet back then, right? But what did we do? And it is important to see that, back then what we do was that, I'm just using an example right now, is that we don't need to preserve food because there's enough mouths that we can feed that allows us to hunt for the day when humans were hunter-gatherers. Hunt for the day, and then they eat for the day, and then the next day hunt again, eat again, hunt again, eat again. There's no need to preserve food. But because that we grew as a population, that's why we needed to have agricultural practices and farming practices in order to create more food to feed all the mouths. So when you look at that, you realize that the reason that we're able to live harmoniously is because it's not because of tech, but because that we're able to give space with the rest of nature.
I would also like to add that, when we can look outside of the illusion of separability, like us being separate from nature, I think we naturally become much more observant and much more respectful when we realize we're a part of this living, breathing thing that is the earth. And something I remember when you said rediscover is that, so where I'm from, back home in Bhutan, I grew up in a small village, and I remember that when we were much younger, it used to be said that if you litter nearby stream, the owls will attack you, And it's true, but it's because there was this hyper awareness that when you affect something, a common good for all, not just humans, but for everybody, then another creature is going to suffer because of that. And it returns, the rage returns. And the thing is, it still does to this day. When we pollute a river, it's coming back to humans. But because there is so many degrees of separation, we're not able to track, when I dump poisonous waste in this river, because we're not directly linking how it comes back to us, or because it's being done by third parties, that there is this big illusion of us being so separate from nature.
Yeah.
I understand it as being the first step of decolonization, this rediscovering. I understand that. And I guess it needs to be done on an individual and a collective level.
Yeah. And I think that it has to start with the individual. Because, again, like I said, the local situational aspect, the way that we look at research, we have to start with ourselves. We have to constantly, besides humility that I just talked about, also to be able to reflect. To self-reflect. It's really important. What is it that we are doing? And to be able to be observant, like you mentioned, also requires humility. To be able to see that we are just a very small speck compared to the rest of the world, right? So when we do that, then we are able to see that as a result of how we were able to give space in the past, like in rediscover, recovery, that's when we go to the next step, which is a mourning. Mourning means that you are mourning how the current system continues to suppress or to oppress or to erase those practices that we had in the past, that we stop giving spaces, we stop holding spaces. All we do these days in the environment is that we encroach, right? We just keep encroaching. There's a reason why that we have more pandemics now, because we keep encroaching into nature. And nature, in many ways, the pandemic is almost like nature's way of fighting back, is get the humans to back off. So when we're able to see how that we have stopped giving spaces, that we just encroach and try to take up more spaces, then we can go to the third step to dream about what could be possible. What can we do to give space again? I'll give you one example. Have you heard of Chernobyl?
Yeah.
Yeah. And are you aware of what happened in Chernobyl, the nuclear disaster? So because of the nuclear disaster, all the humans in those towns had to evacuate, right? They all had to leave overtime. So overnight, Chernobyl and the surrounding areas became ghost towns. And if you go there, it looks like it's frozen in time, right? The things that people left behind is still there. But because that the humans are gone, nature's starting to come back. Right? Nature's starting to come back to the point where these days you start to see predators roaming in Chernobyl among the ruins of all the concrete buildings and all the human activities, the remnants of those things. And when you see predators in a space, it's a good sign. That means there's enough food. So since the 80s, I would say it's probably been 40 years now, right? Since Chernobyl happened. Chernobyl now becomes an ecological system in itself. So that is a good example. We just need to give it space and time. The earth will heal itself. The earth will be fine, right? We don't need to add more. We don't need more hubris. We don't need more geoengineering to create more clouds or rain more or whatever, right? We just need to back off. So how do we back off? That would be the next step, right? The commitment. After we dream about what could we do to back off? Consumerism. That will be another thing, that we are in a space where we are consuming more and more. And it's difficult not to do that when the climate change itself is causing us to consume more. When it's dark outside, when we have longer winters, people tend to eat more in the winter because they need more energy to sustain themselves. So we have to consume more. So it's a paradox sometimes, but it is important to think about collectively. What can we do to give space again? And that is our job as researchers. Collectively, as researchers, all of us are researchers. It's not just people with masters and PhDs, but all of us are researchers. What can we do collectively to think about what needs to be done to give space again, to give more space incrementally? And then we can take it into action. That would be the fifth step in the decolonization process. Once you have dreamt about what you need to do as an actor, how you can give space again, we just need to back off. As humans, decolonization process is so important. Remember what it was like before. And then think about what have we not done. And then we can dream about what could be possible, that we can go back to what it was. So research is not just about discovering new knowledge. That's usually the Western colonial way of looking at research.
Now I'm going to ask you a question that I find really, really difficult answering, because when I'm in spaces talking about the environment, I'm usually surrounded by people who also care about the environment. But this change that you're talking about, this process of decolonization, it needs to be collective. Otherwise, it's not, it will work. It still makes changes, I guess, but it needs to be collective. And how do you advocate this to people who don't currently think like us, like who don't currently see it as a problem even?
That's when we need a lot of empathy. Like I mentioned earlier, we all have different assumptions growing up. And those assumptions make us believe how the world works. So when we come together for any kind of a collective action, even in climate change, for instance, we all have different ideas about how to achieve it. Even if we could agree on a collective goal or common goal that we want to move towards, people don't tend to agree on the means of how to achieve that end, right?
Yeah.
So when you talk about decolonization, that would be like the means, right? So it is important to understand where those people are coming from. And when you understand where those people are coming from, you understand that there are diverse ideas that need to be respected. So in order to do that, what we would need to do is to look at what are the similarities, what we all believe in. What are the mutable features of what we believe in that we can move towards having that commonality without truly achieving it? Because oftentimes when we're looking at commonalities, we're also looking at assimilation, right? We don't want to assimilate anyone because otherwise they would have to give up who they are, right? Or being told that their beliefs are inferior. We don't want to do that. But we also want to allow people to move towards a common goal, towards it. We get close to it without achieving it, so that we can respect people's diversity. At the same time, we can create some sense of community together. That will require a lot of work because, first of all, empathy is hard work. Because as empathetic as you may be, your assumption tells you that, well, why do you think that way? I don't think that what you think is true or is correct. So it takes a lot of effort and a lot of, again, we go back to humility. A lot of that humility in order to be that empathetic, to be that compassionate, to be sensitive to other people's ideas. So from a collective action perspective, when it comes to climate advocacy, with all those people coming together, indigenous people, or younger people, older people, women of color, people with disability, etc. When you have all these different identities coming together, then you can find out what would be the similarities of what we want to do, what are the means, and then we look for ways to put those together so that we can work collectively towards that. So it will take a lot of not just empathy, but also understand how to challenge assumptions. Because sometimes people's assumptions are not necessarily accurate, but rather than telling them flat out that they're wrong, we can understand where they're coming from and then reframe it, right? So that they can see that how they can look at it from a different lens. And that is really ultimately what we need to do in the post-colonial indigenous research way when we are looking at climate action, is to be able to look at people need to be respected in terms of their understanding. And that when we are working collectively, we can achieve what we want to achieve. We can respect those diversity at the same time, creating that sense of community.
After the awareness from like a social psychology perspective, how do you motivate people to move from the awareness to taking action, climate action?
As I mentioned before, as we talked about earlier, is that it has to start with yourself, right? It starts with the self-reflection. And part of that self-reflection has to do with unpacking privilege. Unpacking your privilege to understand how your social standing, how your social status impacts your worldview. Because our privilege blinds us from other people's lived experiences. So when we're able to do that, we become that humble person that we want to learn more. Not only learning, but also unlearning. Because that would require us to challenge our own assumptions. When we are unlearning, then we're able to realize that, hey, there is a lot of unfairness out there, right? That I am able to be doing this because I have those privileges that enables me, that empowers me to do this. But not a lot of people are able to do that because, like you said earlier, there are a lot of people who just want to make ends meet.
Yeah.
They just want to survive, pay their rent so they can put food on the table. They don't have the extra time and the energy to advocate for change, to go and talk to politicians, to go to talk to policymakers, to protest. So I tell my students this too, is that advocacy itself is privilege. To be able to advocate is a privilege because a lot of people don't have the energy to fight anymore. The system is designed to burn people out. So when we're able to do that, when we see that, then we learn how to leverage our privilege. Right? When you're able to unpack your privilege, you see how that you could leverage it in order to advocate. And when you're able to do that, you start to socialize with other people. Just like what we're doing right now, right? We're socializing. We are recording this podcast. So we're also socializing with people who are going to be listening to this podcast as well. This socialization process would allow that ripple effect that you talked about earlier, that ripple effect to, who knows, right? Where this podcast is going to go in terms of the influence, right? And hopefully, right, it will do the what it's supposed to do. But when we do that, when we leverage our privilege, when we unpack it to realize what we can do, in some ways, take up spaces, advocacy spaces, to push for it. And this will also inspire other people to look at, well, what can I do in my capacity? Then I might not be able to make a TikTok post because I'm not good at making videos and looking at it myself. I might not be able to hit the streets. I may not be able to be eloquent enough to talk to policymakers. That's okay. There are different ways that people can do. So when that happens, then it becomes widespread, more ubiquitous.
I really like that. I think, yes, as individuals, we can take up the responsibility to do things at our own capacity without feeling the shame that we're not doing it at a higher capacity. But I want to move into the more collective, because we've been discussing the responsibilities, the actions, the awareness, how individuals can decolonize, but we live in a world that is governed by policy. So I kind of wanted to touch a little bit on how policy can impact individuals as well as organizations in making like greener decisions. I want to reference your PhD, in which you discussed how you can nudge corporations to be greener. And can you give us some insight from that, and also in general, the role of policy?
Yeah, so my PhD thesis is about the idea of using social comparison as a tool to nudge corporations to be more environmentally responsible, because they hold the majority of the wealth, right? So the idea is that as humans, it's innate in us to compare to one another, that we always want to belong to a cohort. So because of that, it is very natural for us to change our behavior, or at least think about changing our behavior based on how we compare to other people. So there have been evidence of corporations being subjected to this kind of phenomena. At one point, I believe that, I'm again use a different example here, that Apple, for instance, donated $1.5 billion to advance affordable housing in Silicon Valley. And they didn't do that out of the vacuum. The reason for that is there were other tech companies who also did something similar previously. So I think that Microsoft donated $500 million or something, and then Google and Facebook donated $1 billion. So Apple kind of upped that to donate $1.5 billion. But that is the subtle cues that people have when they see what other people are doing, and when you're looking at people with similar identities that you're being compared to, it also changes your behavior. So my research was about, or my PhD research back then, more than about 5 years ago, actually, whether that phenomenon also applies to corporation in addition to, right? And my research comes out, or my PhD research comes out, is that it depends. That's what the policy analyst told me, is that it depends, right? It depends on so many other factors. It depends on economic factor. It depends on political factor. It depends on socio-cultural factors, a lot of other things. So ideologically speaking, or theoretically speaking, it might work. But it's very hard to prove it because there's so many other factors involved. So that is what my PhD dissertation was about. I think that I have also kind of unlearned a lot of my PhD in many ways as I teach to understand that, that's also the equitable aspect as well. But yeah, that was what it was about.
I have a similar example. I remember when I was doing my research about greener policies, I came upon this German town. I am so sorry, I don't remember the name of, but what they did was they implemented just a small design change, which was that usually for people to change to a greener energy source, they would have to make the manual switch. But now what they started doing was that everybody was automatically subscribed to the more greener energy source, which they had to pay like slightly more for. But if they wanted to change, then they would have to fill out the application and change it. What they found out was that people have so many decisions to make every day that they go directly to defaults. If this is something we're already signed up for, they will not make the effort of making a switch, even if it saves them money. So I thought that was a great example of like design architecture around nudging people to be more green.
And I think that also has to do with the cultural understanding as well.
Yeah.
If you want to nudge people, you have to be able to understand what their cultural understanding is.
Yeah.
And I think that this is ultimately what public policy is supposed to be about. If you don't understand human behavior, public policy is not going to work, right? So we have to understand the roots of human behavior. And I think that oftentimes the issue that we have with public policy is that we are telling people what to do, because you have a bunch of policymakers who do not necessarily have the same lived experiences, but they think that they know better, so that they will come up with these policies to say, this is how we're supposed to go. But we have neglected the fact that people also have their own understanding about the climate issue. What do they think? Do you think that this would be something that would work? What do you think would work? And from the reciprocal perspective, we go back to what you said earlier, in the beginning, the reciprocal perspective is that if you're able to have that relational understanding between policymakers and between the public, they're more involved in the decision-making, then the chances are they will find the policy relevant because they have a lot of input on it. They help formulate the policy. Rather than people formulating for them, right? So I think that from that perspective, we can use policy as a way to hold space for people, to give space for people, so that they can thrive on their own.
Yeah.
That's ultimately what it is. When you give space to people, they thrive because you're not telling them what to do. They do what they want to do. And when they're happy, people want to give back to make the community even happier. So when we understand a little bit more of that, then we're able to create an environment that's more conducive for transformative change.
Thank you so much. This has been a really great session and very enlightening as well. I learned a lot of things today. Before we end today, just a reminder to all of our listeners that you can take action on environmental issues by visiting sierraclub.ca. We have tons of petitions, other actions and events, and regular news updates that you can sign up for on the homepage. You can also find Sierra Club Canada on social media, and you can listen to the Environment in Canada podcast on the Harbinger Media Network, Spotify, Apple Podcast, iHeartRadio, and YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts. This podcast also airs on CKUT Broadcast Radio in Montreal, 90.3 FM, bi-weekly on Tuesdays at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Don't forget to click follow or subscribe so you get the latest episodes from us.
Thank you.